And welcome to my Mind Over Matter. My name is Rick, and welcome to the show. It's August 31st, 2020. It's 6:08 p.m. I'm having issues again. Um, I've been holding it off. I didn't tell anybody or want to make an issue or anything like that. But yesterday, when we were talking about, the colon and all the craziness and stuff, um, I'm suffering from issues with my colon. Um, I'm having terrible pains in my stomach. Um, I try to keep a good face and try not to talk about it, but it needs to be talked about because I don't want to hold it in anymore. Been having problems now for about 2 weeks with heavy bleeding, internal bleeding. A lot of blood clots coming out of me. Got to the point that today, like, I went on a show. I went on with Doc Illusion's show, and that was, Seven Serpents was there and Albie was there, and it was cool and everything. And I wasn't feeling so much of the pain in my stomach, so I was like trying to keep a straight face and just not try to, like, show my pain and show what's going on. I try to keep a smile on my face, but in reality, I'm having a lot of issues. I'm having a lot of internal issues. It's just the bleeding doesn't stop. I, like, have this feeling that I need to go to the bathroom, and I go to the bathroom, and it's just nothing but blood and clots coming out of me. and spoke to one of my doctors today. I spoke to my trauma therapist today, and I was gonna look into seeing if I could see the doctor today, but something was like, I don't know. I just didn't want to go in the hospital. I've been trying to fight, like not trying to go to the hospital or anything like that because of what's going on with all this viruses and all this crazy shit. But my issues is getting a lot worse, and my stomach is like not cooperating with me. I remember when I did last year when I had my surgery. I had four surgeries last year. This time last year, um, I was having surgery in my stomach. I had three surgeries in my stomach last year or this time, and they were only able to get half of what they needed to get done. Because I was having like these problems with internal problems with my stomach and having excess skin growth from within, mass that's wrapping around my intestines and choking out my intestines. They were able to remove half of it, and they weren't able to get to the lower portion of my stomach, and I am having extremely big time difficulties with the my lower intestines. And it's I have, like I said, I've had surgery for this already. I was told already by my doctor that if it happens again, you have to come back to the emergency room and you have to go through all this stuff. I don't want to go through all the craziness with the emergency room. Definitely want to go and talk to the surgeon who knows me inside very well. Um, I'm gonna talk to the surgeon tomorrow. I'm gonna be calling him up in the morning to see if he's able to see me tomorrow. If he's not able to see me as a walk-in patient, I will definitely be going into the hospital as an emergency. Um, it's just the pain is pretty much like how I had it last year, but a little bit worse. The pain is just overwhelmingly worse. Um, just for the fact it's just too much bleeding and the clots that are coming out. Like if I have that much like clots coming out of me, I could just imagine what is being developed inside of me as far as like what's staying inside of me if I'm having blood clots in my blood. Don't want that to happen. um and I'm gonna do what I can to protect myself, to help myself. I will be calling the doctor. I already called them now. um Before I started the show, I called them up, and they're not in office, of course, but they told me if it's an emergency, dial 911. And I I hate dialing 911 because I've done it before so many times for myself, and every single time I end up being admitted at the hospital, and I end up being in the hospital for a very long time. Last time I called an emergency for myself, I ended up in the hospital for a month. I didn't get out. I got in August, the mid August, and I didn't get out until like halfway into September last year. And I was in the hospital for 4 weeks, and those 4 weeks it was just the worst as far as like pain and suffering and going through what I'm going through. And now it seems like I'm going through it again, and I'm having a lot of bleeding, a lot of discharge, a lot of like it's just horrible. If anybody wants to come on the show, you're more than welcome to come on the show. You could talk with me for a bit. I'll be on for a little bit. I'm not even gonna smoke my medicine today because I'm not even feeling like I want to smoke. So that's when you know something's up. When Rick doesn't want to smoke, there's something going wrong, and definitely I'm having something going on in my stomach. I've been dealing with stomach issues for years now, like years and years and years, and it's not gotten any better. It's actually gotten worse. Um, I could see myself getting another surgery And I know if they operate me, it's just going to be an even bigger surgery. It's just I shouldn't have to be going like and being worried when I go to the restroom that I'm gonna be bleeding so much. And I'm talking about not like a little bit of blood that turns the water red. Like, no, you look at the water and it's like super red, like like someone got murdered type of red, thicker red. And like the pain is just doesn't go away. It won't go away. I took my pain medicine to see if it helps with the pain, and my pain is just so strong that the pain medicine that I'm taking is not even strong enough to help me. That's when you know I'm having issues, and it's just scary issues that it's possible. Like uh, Crohn's is a big thing that could possibly be happening with me, um and top of dealing with the fibromyalgia and dealing with chronic pain and having all the other issues that I have, especially with my neck, with my cervical fusion on my neck, and spinal issues with my lower back, and having arthritis on my spine. It's like, how much more do I need to suffer in order to move on? It's like I feel like I'm in prison. I'm in my own prison, and it's my body, and I'm just going through like the craziest times. Um, as far as like not feeling good. Haven't been feeling good in a while. I try to feel good. I try to bring myself up and make myself feel good and make myself feel happy and try to distract myself, because that's what I do when I come on YouTube, is to distract myself from reality and just have a good time on here. But I can't mask it anymore. I'm suffering. I'm going through a lot of pain. It's like I feel like I'm gonna die. That's how I feel. Like it's just what's next, death, because I've already died and come back, and like I know the process of dying and what the body goes through and everything, but just to keep me alive, it takes so much and it takes a lot of energy, and I've been very tired. I've been very tired. Last night I was trying to do a show here, and I ended up falling asleep. I haven't done that in such a long time, but I just was so fatigued and so tired that I just left the show and just knocked out on my bed, and that's not right for me to do. And I didn't, never disclose, my issues with my stomach like I did last night, and now it's just like I've been battling this issue now for 2 weeks, and it's just gotten to the point that it's either I survive one more day, I can make it to tomorrow and speak with the doctor, and he sees me tomorrow. And if he's not able to see me because of appointments, whatever, I'll end up have to go to the emergency room and having to call rescue and take me into the emergency room. I wanted to make sure I have everything taken care of before I do that. Like I want to make sure all my bills are paid off, like paid. I want to make sure that my home is prepared for me to be gone for a little bit. My cats, I'll have the building manager. If anything, I'll have the building manager come into my apartment and take care of my cats while I'm in the hospital. It's like when you go to the hospital, you have to come up with this whole game plan. You can't just like go to the hospital. Like for me, I can't just go to the hospital because I start worrying about things, and that just makes things even worse. So I just want to make sure everything's, caught up, make sure I pay the light bill, make sure I pay, the important bills before I admit myself and make myself into, going to the emergency room and have them take care of me. I already know what's pretty much what's going to happen. It's just it's annoying because I have to go through this all over again, and being alone, it's not easy trying to handle all this by myself, and it's just the worst pain possible that you could possibly have is your stomach. It's just not good. But I want to say hi to those in the chat room. Thank you, Paula, for coming through. I see you in the background. I'll get you in a moment. Darlene McGee, how you doing? How's Idaho today? I bet it's a beautiful day out there. It's always beautiful. Say what's up to my Sky 5D. How you doing? I hope everything's good. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you, man. I've been catching up on your videos. I've been seeing your videos. My Sky 5D. It's pretty cool. I'm happy that everything's progressing, and I like the videos of the sky. It's just the sky is magical. The sky is beautiful. It's just the humans continue to manipulate the skies, and it's horrible. But I don't want to die on you guys, but I've been feeling like, time is coming for me, and I don't want to be like clinging on to life so much, because like if it's my time to go, it's my time to go. And trust me, I'm gonna go hang out with Brian. We're like Brian Milky Way Weekly. Oh man, I'm gonna hang out with him. I say, Brian, you better make sure you have my joints ready. That's all I'm saying. Brian better have my joints ready so I can smoke it and up there with him. But you never know when your time's gonna come. I could be alive right now, and then tomorrow I could be dead. And at least, like I was able to come on here and talk. And right now, it's just a little medical emergency. It's just heavy bleeding that I'm going through and having a lot of difficulties in my stomach. And it's like I said, it's been going on for quite some time. It's like the past 2 weeks has been pretty heavy. Um, I've been going through stomach issues for years, and I've had a total of like what, 6, 7 surgeries in my stomach already. So it's not my first rodeo. It's not like I cannot distinguish what I'm going through, because I can already tell when something's not right with my body, or something's not right with a certain area in my body. And this area is it's kind of like a repeat offender, and it keeps coming back, and it comes back with vengeance. And I feel like the tissue, the scar tissue that I have inside of me is wrapping up against, like, with my intestines, and is choking out my intestines. And I'm feeling that same problem in my lower intestines. And they were able to remove a lot of that scar tissue from the upper abdominal and mid abdominal, but they weren't able to reach the lower abdominal. And that's where I'm having a lot of my issues, is in my lower abdominal. So if you look at your belly button, my pain is coming from the right side of the belly button downwards, and also from the belly button downwards to the center, a little bit towards the left. In that area in there, that's where I'm having the crazy amount of pain in my stomach. And it's not my gallbladder, it's not my appendix. Those are gone. I don't have a gallbladder, I don't have an appendix. All those are bye bye. So I know it's not coming from there. It's just my stomach. I have had so many surgeries that it's like I'm gonna need a little bit more surgery to make sure my colon is okay, and I could get it back to normal again. I don't think there's ever gonna be a normalcy for me, but at least, like, keep me at a state of, like, not have to worry about it. Because, like, how I feel the pain, I feel it like someone stabbing me inside of me. And the pain is like get like a, I wouldn't say a knife, but like a pen, like a pen, and just like stab, 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 stab. That's the stabbing pain that I feel from within. And when that happens, like, I already know like something's up. And then when I need to use the restroom, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't need to use the restroom, but it's giving me that pain that I need to go. I go to the restroom, cry me a river. It's all blood. And it's the most scariest thing, because it's like you want to scream out like murder. You want to scream out red rum, red rum, red rum, red rum. It's like, no, it's not good. And I want to document this so you guys, know what I'm, what I go through, and I've been through this before. So if others have been through it and stuff, and they want to share their stories with me, you're more than welcome to. I'll be happy to have you guys come on and speak about it. That's all good. But let's bring in Albie to yo
Hey
Albie.
man, what's up, Rick?
See if we can hear Albie. Give me 1 second. I'm working on this. I'll be with his echo. I'll be.
Yeah.
You are being monitored.
Well, I don't give a damn because I ain't doing nothing wrong.
No,
Hold
because you got echo, and I could hear
on.
like myself. It's Albie's side. It comes to Albie because watch when I mute him. Look, I mute him, and it's normal. So it's like his system. There's something going on in his system that's preventing him from. I don't know, man. Your system might be tapped. You might have a tapped system. Yeah, right. Bad echo. So that's definitely coming from Albie because he was on Doc's show, Doc Illusion show, and we were having that issue also on his show. But let's see. I'm gonna check out the chat room real quick. Sorry, I was speaking. I wasn't really looking at the chat room. But Portland, Oregon, I love Portland. Oregon is like that was a spot that I always wanted to go in Portland, Oregon. If I get the opportunity in my life to go, I would like to go to Oregon and like to go to Portland, Oregon. I would like to go to like the ocean side and the beach and put my feet in the sand. um that's so much great energy and great grounding. um let's see. No, I'm gonna try not to die on you. We all gotta die at some point, but I don't want to die on you guys, like for real. Like I wouldn't want that. It's chilly. Okay, it's chilly out there. That's nice. No, I'm not planning on. I would go smoke one with you guys. Oh, awesome! Definitely would love to have a nice joint. I would. I'm not gonna smoke now because if I'm going to the hospital, I don't want to like being high going into the hospital. I want to be clear headed and be able to communicate with the doctors and let them know what's going on. It's I just don't want to wake up early in the morning and having to call 911 and go into the hospital. That's just my ugh. Let's see. Head to the butterfly cluster. Yeah. Yeah, we spoke about that. We spoke about the
Okay, can you hear
butterfly
me good
cluster
now?
and when I do pass, I'm gonna go searching for it. I am gonna go and I'm gonna go right to it. I hope there's not like a dead end and be like, "Oh, sorry, you're in the wrong area." I'm like, "No." I
Can you
have
hear me?
gallbladder issues also, and that's the same place it hurts. Yeah, well, you need to make sure that gallbladder is taken care of because it can kill you. I had it taken care of. My gallbladder ruptured, and they had to like I ended up in bad condition. I was in the hospital for a week because of my gallbladder. It was just like the worst. Like it's just ugh, I hate it. I'll jump on a stream. Okay, yeah, if you want to jump in, okay, in about half an hour, that's great. Yeah, I'm here. I'll be here for a few hours. I think I'm gonna keep this on to about 8 p.m. Eastern time. So I got about like another hour and a half. I want to be on here, and then I want to get off and I want to rest. Um, I just want to speak upon what's going on with me, just in case something does happen. That I hope to not die. I don't want to die. And it's young to die, but then you start seeing a lot of good people die young. A lot of good people, a lot of like awesome people die young. Like first like person that comes to my mind is Brian, and he passed away, and that was a shocker. And I'm like, okay, if he made it, where he's at now, and he's in a better place with energy, and I'm pretty sure he's smiling and traveling throughout the Milky Way. Um, I myself see myself going. I don't want to go right now, but if it happens, I have no say or choice about it. The only thing I can do is help prolong my life. And the only way to prolong my life is to make sure to see the doctors and make sure that I get seen properly and taken care of properly. Um, I know for a fact if I call call rescue 911, and they send me to the hospital, I will be admitted. And I will not be going. I will probably have to be doing my shows from the hospital. You imagine I do my
Oh,
shows from the hospital? I probably would too. I'll be in the hospital like, yeah, I'm here, all drugged up. I haven't
oh
done that,
shit.
but I could probably do that, and I'll go and I'll do a show from the hospital while I'm going through all my stuff. I'm trying to put a smile on my face and and try to laugh. But yeah, you have to eat good. First, yeah, the gallbladder is just like, oh goodness. Brian passed away. He had a heart attack. He had a heart issues, and it pretty much was his heart that gave out on him. Me, it's more not so much my heart, but I do have complications a little bit with my heart at times. But it's mostly more stomach, gut, more of the colon issues. I don't have cancer. I don't have colon cancer or any of that stuff, but there's other things that I have that can still kill me. And I laugh about it because it's like, I wasn't given a choice to be born, right? We're not given a choice. We don't get to say, oh, I want to be alive now. Can I come out and be alive? No, you don't get the option. And you don't get your options on your death. Death just comes anytime. It's a surprise attack. You never know when you're gonna go, and you're always hoping to stay in here for as long as you can. And sometimes we get greedy and we want to stay longer and we want to be here for a longer period of time. And we can't, we can't stay here forever. And I just feel like if I do pass, I just want everyone to know, I thank everyone for being here with me and and keeping this journey going. um what my capabilities are, and if I do pass away, I will try my best and my hardest to bring more energy into this planet and make this planet much of a better place, because I'm going to report everything that's going on. I'm gonna tell the baby Jesus, because he's gonna smoke with me. So I'm gonna have a joint with the baby Jesus, and tell him, listen, man, the world's a crazy place. It's not getting any better. You're not doing your job because everyone is depending on you, and you're not here. And we're having chaos. We're having like like every other night there's a riot, or some kind of like protest, or some kind of like disturbance, and people killing people, and people doing all these crazy drugs, and where are you doing, baby Jesus, that everyone's just going berserk? You're not paying attention, because I think your attention span is like pretty weak right now, and people are just not believing in you. They say they believe in you, but then they're not feeling it. They're just saying it because to say it, but they don't really follow through. And that's a problem. And this world it's not a good place right now. And then if I do pass, I'm gonna report it. I'm gonna be like, yo, baby Jesus, can we have a smoke here? Come on, bring that joint over here. Bring that lighter. Let's light it up. It's gonna be a nice fat joint. And I say, listen, baby Jesus, we got craziness going on in the earth. We got, between all these viruses with this COVID and Zika and bird flu and swine flu and a bunch of mad cows everywhere. We need to bring some peace back into this planet, into this realm, and we need you to start focusing again, because I feel like, mm, if he was here, if his energy supposedly is here amongst us, we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. You know, we should be more helping each other. We should be there for one another. We should be supportive of one another. You know, we gotta like, help each other. And not a lot of people like to help each other. They rather, see you die and bury you than to be there to give you a helping hand, to help you out of that grave. I wish someone was to give me a helping hand so I could step out of that grave. I don't want to be buried. I already told my trauma therapist I'm actually gonna start doing the paperwork. Actually tomorrow I'm gonna go by the community health center and I'm gonna pick up my documents for my living will, and I'm gonna be assigning someone for me so they can make decisions for me if anything was to happen that I am not able to communicate or able to make decisions. I'm gonna have my trauma therapist make the decisions for me, and I trust her more than I do with my family. I want her to make the decision to, pull the plug on me, and I'll let her know. And that's going to be a private conversation with her. Um, I want her to be in charge of my estate. I want her to be in charge of like basically of me. But I need to do the proper documents in order, to do that. To have her as my pretty much as like my she's the one that makes the decisions for me. And if I'm you know dying, I and if I do die, I want to be cremated, and I want to my ashes to be spread, in certain locations, and I want that to be followed, to a T, and with special instructions. As far as like YouTube is concerned, I will leave like certain passwords and certain like for my channel behind. So if I do pass or something does happen, there will be someone or that will come onto the channel and make an announcement if it does come to that time. Um, and it would probably be the person that's gonna be pretty much my, she's gonna be in charge of me. She's gonna be my custodian. She's gonna be the one making the decisions, and she'd probably be the one making the video and posting it on YouTube, letting everyone know what has happened to me. Um, and yeah, we gotta prepare for these things because they don't give you a manual in how to die. They don't give you a manual. And it's like, all right, this if this happens to you, well, this is what's gonna be. They don't You don't get an owner's manual and like when you're born. It's like, okay, when you're born, this is what you need to go through in life. And then when you die, this is what you're gonna go through. It's like, no. It's like, no, it's not. And let me go here. Have you heard about the grand solar minimum and yes, yes. My Sky 5D. Yeah, and I heard that the hole in the atmosphere is actually around Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. Like they have a big hole that's in around South America. It's in within the Atlantic and South America, that there's this hole in the earth, in the and in the ionosphere, and it's causing issues. It's kind of like that magnetosphere issues up there. Yeah, and that's why China is like flooding like crazy, and like things are going crazy around the world. Yeah. Um, Cremation, fireproof. Yeah, definitely cremation. I will be cremated. That is my wish. I don't want to be buried because I am claustrophobic. And plus I find it weird that you bury someone next to people that you don't know, or in a graveyard where a whole bunch of people that you don't know, and you're in the ground, 6 feet under, and like I just I can't see myself being buried 6 feet under in a box, and no one's gonna come visit me. No one's gonna visit me. Like that's the truth. Like no one's gonna go visit you. Your grave is gonna be there for as much time is gonna be there, and like it's you just don't know what's going on my phone. Oh, I got a call from my buddy here. Hold on. I'm just check my phone too. I get messages all the time. Um okay, no, that was a call reminder. But I already called her back. So why is it reminding me to call her back? It's like I lent my friend my wash card and so she could do her laundry and stuff because she was like, yeah, it's called the South Atlantic Anomaly, and yeah, huge amounts of cosmic radiation is entering our atmosphere. Yeah, it's very true. I did see that. I did see the hole. It's very big. It's not like the a little hole. It's a big hole. You taking your blood with you, Paula? Like no embalming fluid. You see, I don't want the embalming fluid because it's that's I used to work in a hospital where I used to process bodies and stuff. So I know for a fact that when you die, they don't they do take your blood. They drain your blood, pretty much. They drain your blood and they remove your brain. Did you guys know this? That they remove your brain before, like, when you die? I hope you guys know this. Like, you don't die with your brain. In most cases, you don't die with your brain. But let's go ahead and bring in Albert to the show.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing, Albie?
Sounding better?
Just here, man. Just talking, and my Sky 5D needs to come on. I want to talk to him about the anatomy that's going on right now with this hole in our atmosphere. That's a topic that nobody talks about, and and that's something that's been going on for a while now, and no one talks about it because everyone's talking about coronavirus and all this like distractions. It's all distractions, but in reality, there's bigger
It's all
things
that
that are happening.
radiation. It's all that radiation. It's all that radiation and frequencies that's doing that. I doubt it's the pollution from the natural resources. That the
Hmm.
emissions from cars. I don't think it's that. I think it's what they're ejecting up in the sky. I think it's the chemtrails, the radiation.
Well, what they're trying to do with the chemtrails is to block the anomalies from happening and for, like to create a defensive like mechanism to help stop the holes from opening up, especially here in the United States.
Yeah,
Um I feel like food shortages, like what my skies 5D is saying about food shortages, that is a real thing and people are not taking it serious. With the problem with the locusts, what happened with the locusts, and then all the flooding in China. China has a really bad problem right now with food shortage, and no one's
yeah.
saying nothing about it. Here in America, we're having problems with food shortage too, but they keep it on the hush. They don't want to make it like a point where we have like concern and prices are going to spike up and people are going to go crazy and start hoarding food. They don't want that. So what they do is they just don't tell you. They just let it happen and then they try to deal with it the best way they can. But there is going to be a food shortage, a very bad food shortage. And that's just because there's just too many people on this planet. Like it's just way too many, and we're eating up all the resources faster than what we can produce. And trust
Yeah.
me, this country and this world produces a lot, but it's just not enough for those that are here. It's it's just not enough. And it sucks. And it's really bad. And it's like, there's other things that are going on, with solar flares happening and things like cosmic energy coming through, because there's a lot of cosmic energy coming through. You're going to have meteors and asteroids hitting Earth this year, like later this year, and I want to say about in 2-3 months from now, about 2 months from now, 2-3 months. we're gonna have a meteor and asteroids hitting our planet. Are we prepared, for this? No, we're not. We don't know what's in our damn oceans. We can have an asteroid hit our oceans and we wouldn't even know. That's how weird it is. And we'll have a big ass tsunami coming through and everything. But this has happened before. This is like it's history repeating itself. This planet has been hit so many times, but yet we speak so little of it.
Right.
And if you need for me to repost the thank you, Paula, she posted. If you want me to repost, I could repost um the channel here just one more time so I could put it on both channels because I am broadcasting live from my Mind of Your Matter and my Mind of Your Matter 2.0. And thank you for those that are watching. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys don't know how much it kind of means to me to have you guys here with me. It means my life pretty much because every time I'm on here, that's another time that I get to speak with you guys and feel good. And that's all I want. I want everyone to feel good. I want everyone to be happy. Me, I know I want to be happy. I'm not happy yet. I am content. I'm not happy. It's just because of what I'm going through, and it prevents me from having relationships. It prevents me from having love or any of this stuff. My stomach really prevents me from being alive. It's like to live life. I can't live life in peace if I'm in pieces. You feel me?
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm in pieces, and I feel like my my life is on the line, and I've been seeing myself passing away at an early age. I don't see myself living forever. I see myself passing away like soon. And what brought me, into that reality too is when, Mr. Black Panther passed away, Wakanda forever, and he passed away from having cancer, stage 4 cancer, colon cancer. And I'm like, I don't have the cancer, but I have other issues that can kill me and can kill me at any time. And I've had like these issues for a while, and now that my stomach is acting up really badly again, and like I said, I don't like to share so much like my personal health issues because for me it's kind of like touchy, because I get depressed about it and everything. But then I'm like thinking, well, it's good to share my experiences because it's going to help others. And by helping others, at least I did something and it's recorded. So it's always going to be on here on YouTube. So whoever comes and watch and listens, they'll know what I went through or what I'm going through. And it's all an experience. And it's just crazy, very crazy. But it's all good. We're gonna do good. I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna take a 2 minute break. Let the music play for a little bit, and I'll be right back.
All right.
All right. Well, we're done with that little break. Whew. I just needed to drink some water and just have a little moment of silence for myself. Um, it just sucks. It just sucks. I just when you just don't feel good, you don't feel good. Well, I just don't feel good. Um, I've been holding it back and holding it, try to keep it like contained away, like in my mind, but keep it in the back of my mind and try not to worry about it so much. But I can't anymore, and the cat is out of the box pretty much. It's like it just has to happen the way it's happening right now, and it's it's mind boggling that I have to go through this again, and the issues in my stomach again, and it's going to prevent me from having any type of relationship or having any type of communications with anybody. It's just going to prevent me from having joy in my life. It's just it's just gonna be it's all gonna be preventing me from the ultimate goal, and the ultimate goal is just to be happy, and I would love to be happy and not be in pain anymore. And I know when I pass, everyone's gonna say, well, at least he's not in pain anymore, he's in a better place. And it's like, yeah, you know but it could have been all better. It could have been this could have been the better place, and I could have stayed here longer. But I feel like my time is not gonna be, I would love to see myself get to 50. I would love to see myself get to 60, 70, 80. I don't think I'm gonna get up there. I think I am possibly not gonna make it to even 45. Um, it's just the way my health is. Don't see myself reaching a high mark, especially why my phone's going crazy. It's like, why is my phone going crazy? Who's leaving me messages? I had a call from Miami. I get a lot of calls from Miami. It's like, and people that I don't even know call me in Miami. I'm like, I'm from Miami. I was born and raised in Miami, Florida. Um, but why am I getting these messages on here? And it doesn't tell me much of anything. Okay, let's see. I I really don't know why they sending me these crazy messages. It's like I really don't care about that. I don't care about this, and I don't care about that, and I don't care about Kanye denies being in cahoots with GOP. He says that he's richer than Trump. Oh man, Kanye, you're just one special individual. He's just a special, weird individual. Like if I was to sit with Kanye and talk with Kanye, I'd be like, dude, I don't know how your mind thinks, but holy shit, like I don't just don't get it. I don't get it sometimes, and I don't understand what's his purpose of what he's doing besides causing more attention for himself, and and being a distraction. That's all I see it. I don't see it as anything else. Okay, I'm just going through my phone here. Um, just seeing here, there's a lot of things going on. People around the world are fighting back because, like, even Germany, people are fighting the anti-lockdown. They're protesting out there because they don't want to be in a lockdown. I wouldn't blame him. I We were here in a lockdown and couldn't do anything, and we just did our best to try to get through what we had to get through during these crazy times. Like we still don't know what's
Hey,
going on. To be
can
honest
you
with
hear
you,
me
we
good?
don't know what the virus is capable of or what this virus is going to be doing to people. We just don't know. It's just weird, and that's the thing that's bothering me. Because if I go to the hospital, I don't want to end up catching this virus, because this virus is known to stay in hospitals and they live in hospitals. And if I contract it, forget about it. I'll be as good as dead. And when I do die, like I said, I want to be cremated. There's two places, actually three places, where I would like my ashes to be scattered. One will probably be two of them will be in Florida for sure. One will be at Crandon Park. It's in Key Biscayne, Florida. Park number 3-4 in Key Biscayne. That was my favorite beach when I was a little kid. That was like my paradise was at that beach, and that was my happiness was at that beach. And I would like my ashes to be spread there. Also, I want my ashes to be spread in Lovers Key Beach in Fort Myers, Florida, which is the other side of Florida, in between Naples and Fort Myers. There's this beach area that's called Lovers Key Beach, one of the best beautiful beaches in Florida, I think, by far. Beautiful sand, like you got shells everywhere, shells, beautiful shells too, everywhere. I'm pretty sure if you're a shell collector and you go out and collecting shells, you'll have a blast in Florida, especially in Lovers Key Beach. It's one of my favorite beaches as an adult, and that's another area where I would love my ashes to be spread. And I want a little bit of ashes to be spread here across the street from the park in the water. There's a water area here, a stream of water that I always see almost on a daily basis. I wouldn't mind having my ashes, a little bit of my ashes spread here in Meriden, Connecticut. So that way a piece of me is here. And those are the three areas where I would like my ashes to be spread. And I think it'd be cool if it came true, because that's what I want. And you know those are only the three places. The only thing is I live in Connecticut, so the cheaper one would be, of course, the Connecticut to spread a little bit. But then you have Florida, where you have to go all the way down to Miami to go to Key Biscayne, and in Key Biscayne you go to Crandon Park. That's what it's called, Crandon Park, and it's on the left side. So, and it's not park. It's park number 3-4, because there's 1, 2, and then there's 3-4. My favorite out of all of them is number three. Number three is the best beach. I think the best, like, in Florida. I'm just biased because that's I am, but that's my experience, and I thought that beach was priceless, and it's very. I have an attachment to it, and I would love to go if I'm capable, if my life is still, if I'm still alive and still able, I would love to go down to Crandon Park and go down to the beach and show you guys for myself and show you guys how beautiful and how like amazing the beach is. Um, I would love to do it. I would love to like go down to Florida and spend about a week or two and just do all these cool, fun places before I die. It's like I want to do a bucket list. Like I want to do these things before I die. I want to go. I haven't been to a beach in God 9 years. I haven't been to the beach or in the water. And the thing is, like, if I go, I can't go by myself. I have to have two other individuals to go with me, one on each side, to walk me into the beach, because I walk with a cane and I don't walk, like, my balance is really bad. So if I go into the ocean water, I'm definitely going to need, people to hold me on each side and make sure I don't fall or have any problems while I'm going in the water. and I want to go in the water. I want to be in the ocean. I want to sunbathe, which I haven't done in over 9 years, and something that I want to do and maybe plan on doing very soon. If I go home to Florida, I love Connecticut though. I mean, Connecticut is beautiful out here. Um, oh, and happy anniversary, Paula. Happy anniversary, to let your husband know I said happy anniversary. I hope you guys are not trying to like kill each other on your anniversary. It's like, yes, please, let's be at peace at least one day. But your anniversary, August 31st, that's pretty cool. Right at the end of the month, too. That's awesome. But yeah, Florida is beautiful. I just don't care about the weather either. I don't care about the weather. That's what hurts me the most is the thunderstorms. Everyday thunderstorms from the sea breeze. It's just it drove me crazy, especially after I had surgery on my neck when I had all the metal put into my neck. Well, then that's where the thunderstorm was just driving me crazy. It says every like afternoon there was a downpour or some kind of like thunderstorm coming through with winds and rain and heavy rain too. We're talking about like blinding rain, and just the thunderstorms were killing me. That's the reason why I left Florida. It was because of all the thunderstorms. It was hurting me so much. But Delaney McGee, maybe I need to go home to Florida. I want to go home to Florida to visit. That's one of my plans for this upcoming year is to go back to Florida to spend time in Florida, spend time with my family. Like, I don't talk to my family as much as I should, but it's the problems that I'm going through that's preventing me from having to talk to them because I can't openly talk to them about my health because I don't want them to worry so much, and I don't want them to get sick because of my problems. But let's go ahead and bring in my Sky 5D. Hey, what's up?
Hey Rick, how are you doing?
How you doing, bud? Man, it's been a while.
Man, it's been a while. It's been a wild process. This whole process of ascension and moving to 5D, right?
Yeah, man, it's been very uplifting and very like energetic. It's
Mm.
like I feel that energy.
Yeah, same. And what I do is I paid attention to the sky enough that I can tell when, we're having that energy come in and that, um, you know, charged cosmic particles and stuff. You can see it in the sky. It'll turn the clouds all rainbowy, and you
Mm-hmm.
feel it. It's like a buzziness in your chest and head.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a positive aspect on all this that it's actually those exotic elements and particles that are interacting with us in a cellular way and helping raise our consciousness and bring all these changes on.
And bring up the awareness to the changes.
Mhm. Yeah, right. And I really find like everybody's so sold out at geoengineering and HARP and nanobots and all this. That's just putting people in a fear victimization vibration, which if we are, that might interfere with the cellular upgrades we're getting.
Yeah, and it's this constantly upgradation, right? We're doing a full upgrade in our nation here in the states, but not only here but
Mm-hmm.
around the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Frequency.
so what I think it is that you know those particles in the our magnetosphere going down. That's photonic light potential and energy that's coming in. So there's more light or a higher frequency of light that's on the planet right now, and it's going to push the darkness up to the surface to be released. That's why we see all this chaos going on, is because the energies are changing and it's the age of Aquarius that's coming in and affecting things. So
And you think like a lot of this cosmic energy that's coming through is hampering a lot of things that are going on?
well, yeah, it's definitely changing things for sure. And then the nefarious aspect or the controllers, whoever, I don't want to put names all to them and that and give them too much credit, but they would probably rather have us in that fear and victimization vibration instead. And they're happy enough to let us think it's them doing all that stuff, because then we're not, looking at the real truth of the matter, and it
Hmm.
keeps us in that lower state, that lower vibration of it's them doing all this.
Yeah,
It's definitely more.
it's like when every time we see like the chemtrails and stuff, we blame the government. We blame. It's always a blame, 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 but there's never an
Yeah,
answer to what's
yeah,
going on.
yeah. Nobody has a any positive thing that they could be doing. And I heard you say it for sure, and I'm down with that. You're saying, hey, they're helping put a little barrier layer up there to
Hmm.
block some of that, to help us adapt to it, gradually adapt to this stuff, so we don't get blasted out at one time. It
Hmm.
would make perfect sense that on those certain days where we have higher amounts of energy coming in, that they would put that up there. And
Yeah.
not that it's going to stop it and all that, or hinder us so much, but it's giving people time to adapt to it. Our bodies aren't used to handling that many photonic light uh, energetics. So, it's probably given us some time to prepare. And then again, when I think about this COVID virus,
Mhm.
well, what a great way to get catalyze an event thing like that if they needed to make something happen. Because if we're going to have food shortages and crises, and these weather events are going to get worse, we really need to have more of an essential based economy where we're going to be having the things we need to keep us alive, instead of having Rolls Royces and Rolex watches and shit like that.
Hmm.
And you think about the other distractions have been removed. The sporting events,
Hmm.
stripper clubs until maybe recently, bars, all that entertainment distraction stuff has been taken away, and it's given people time to sit down, sit back, and think about, and help them on their process of awakening. I think
Yeah,
it was a brilliant idea.
it's a very smart idea.
You got to think that a lot of people are sitting at home right now, question, hey, what's up,
Hmm.
and they're having their process. And we're on that treadmill of life. We don't really have time to, sit back and find out what, the energies are doing, what 5D consciousness means, and things like that. So those distractions kind of kept people in an unconscious state of mind. Take
Yeah,
them away, and I think they're going to start asking. I'm sure that more people are waking up. It might not seem like it, Matt, but I think it is.
yeah. Little by little, people are waking up and seeing things for what it is, and it's just how that's what's so cool about like not watching TV and just mostly better talking with amongst others than
Mm-hmm.
to be watching TV, because I just feel like the TV is just it's just a hypnosis device where it keeps you like like pretty much zombied onto the
Mm-hmm.
TV. And there's people that watch TV like crazy, like they're addicted. It's like it's worse than any drug.
Hey,
And it
I wanted to say hello to Darlene in the chat. Hello,
yeah,
Darlene. Hello, keep it real.
yeah, Darlene's awesome. She's so
Yeah.
cool. She went
So,
to feed her
go ahead.
puppy. She went to, she said she was gonna come back right back. She's gonna feed her puppies and she'll be right back.
Cool. She's very supportive. I see her all over the community supporting everyone. That's great.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good thing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah. So this virus thing, I think it's kind of a way to get us more essential based minded and things. 'Cause, you think about all the millions of people that worked at theaters, arenas, all the sporting things, all the people that are connected to that. That's a big chunk of our population sitting back right now.
Hmm. And not
So,
only that, but you start thinking about the food and all the food that's
mhm,
gonna be backing up, because remember all this stuff is pre-ordered, so it's like it's already ready for consumption, but yet now they can't push it out because there's no one to give it to. So like there's like an influx of hot dogs and burgers and all the stuff that is just in freezers right now.
yep, yep. And
So
yet, it's so there's no telling how long all this could take. So it's not like we're saying, hey, this year, next year, whatever. This is a gradual process, I believe, of this, because we've been seeing it accelerate. If you look at the channels like Last Messages or um, World of Signs, and they show all these extreme events, weather events, and earth changes that are going on. And it's been happening for like the last 3-4 years, and at a high rate. Now it seems like it's getting worse because to have China have 40 plus million people, displaced and their crops all gone. They're going to be putting a big um, demand on the rest of the world's seed grain and food supply. They're going to be having to order it out and stuff. So yeah, it's would be smart to try to grow some food and try to and stock some stuff up, but
Hmm.
there's not a whole lot more we can do about it. There's the reason that we're going to have food shortage is not just the flooding and the extreme weather like that, but during these times where there's more cosmic particulates in the atmosphere, it makes more clouds at different layers that we usually don't have. So that's going to cut down our photosynthesis.
Hmm.
Plants won't be putting out the same type of yield. They wouldn't get as much food off them. So
You don't get the full prism. You get like a portion of the prism, and just a
Mhm.
portion of it can like mutate or like have crop failure.
Yeah, so it's really wild how there's such a push, well, in our community and online, that all this is being done against us and not for us. It's like, I don't know why it's hard. It's so hard to get past that us and them paradigm. But what if, here's my perspective, what if there is no us and them and it's all just one thing? That this whole creation, this whole realm of creation, and every one of us and everything that's in it is actually source consciousness. Think about being God, omnipotent, omnipotent, and omnipresent, all knowing, all doing, all everything for
Hmm.
eternity by himself. What in a dark atmosphere, in the darkness of space, going for eternity? No. It's like, hey, wait a minute. How about fractalizing himself into this realm and all of us and going into it, forgetting who he is, and then it's us through our experiences here, reliving and remembering that we're all him, that we're all it.
Hmm.
But there's only one thing here, and that so this realm of duality and polarity gives us those experiences of total separation and then total reconnection.
Hmm. Makes sense.
Mhm. Well, that's just it's a high perspective. It's hard to hold because we're here in this physical duality plane or reality. So it's hard to hold those higher ideas of everything is just one thing here. But if you look at it, people talk about law of attraction and stuff and what we manifest and how things happen to us in our lives. I think we manifest most all of the situations and things that happen to us by our thought forms. And if the nefarious aspect can get us to focus on victimization and this and that and whatever else, we produce that ourselves, you know,
Yeah.
that the conscious field of God and source, divine source, is always saying yes to more creation and to more, right? So if we get up and say, oh shit, I don't have enough gas to get to work today, and you get in your car and you try to go, sure enough, you don't have enough gas, and you run out and there's nobody there to help you because you your belief said you didn't and you weren't gonna. So the universe says, yes, I'll give you that experience, the experience you think of, So, but if we get up and we go, all right, oh, I'm close, I'm gonna be out of gas before I get to work, but I'm gonna give it to the universe and just go with no doubt that you're gonna make it and go, and you might run out 5 miles before work. But when you run out, there's going to be someone right there with a can of gas, coincidentally ready to hand it to you so you can continue on your way. So you don't doubt it. But on the way to work, if you doubt it at 1 minute, you're for 1 second, you look down and say, "Oh, I'm really not going to make it." Boom! The universe says, "Yes, you won't." So it's our thought forms that are creating things around us.
Yeah. And our thought process, it's very strong. We have very strong energy in our thoughts.
Right. And as they say in the Bible, it said there'll come a time when we need to hold our thoughts captive. Don't let crazy thoughts come in because those things will manifest at a high rate in our life. So anyway, here's what I did the other night. I was on a live stream, Captain Late Night live stream. It was just me and him on there for a couple hours. But the second hour into it, I started talking about paragliding. And well, I started talking first about being psychic. I said, you know, some abilities upgrades activating on you. There's like kind of, yeah, some synchronicity stuff that seems really odd. Yeah, I said, well, we talked about that. And then we started talking about paragliding. You know what paragliding is, or paramotors?
Yes.
Yeah. So they have a big fan on their back and a parachute
Hmm.
over. And I
Hmm.
started telling you, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen those and all. And I go, here. So I sent him a video link. And we went over and started watching it. We started talking. He goes, oh my God, that looks fun. It looks great. Talked
Hmm.
to it for like the rest of the hour. And it was early in the morning. He goes, okay, I got to go. And he went immediately. He went straight outside to his porch to have a cigarette or whatever. He looks up and there's a paramotor flying over his house. He's
Wow.
like, what the? He goes, are you kidding me? That's not coincidence, you know what I mean? For us to sit there and talk about it that much and put that much intent and focus on it, manifested one in his reality. So that shows you how the things that we think about will manifest in our reality. He said, I've never seen those before. And the timing was perfect. He said, if we would have got off the live stream 5 minutes later or 5 minutes before, he wouldn't have seen it. It was just when it was right over his house. So he made a video of it. And he said right in the video, he's talking about, well, this is how this went. Me and My Skies 5D were just sitting here talking about being psychic and then talking about paramotors, never seen in his life. He went outside and boom, here it is. He's going, that's way more than coincidence.
I do that a lot too, you know. It's just that ability is so cool when you like you see it, you feel it, and then all of a sudden like you see it and you're like, wait, how did he know? Like, you know, it's always like that mystery of not knowing and not and then seeing it and believing it, it gives you that like that goosebumps all over your body. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
holy shit, how did he know?
So I was struggling, since this virus thing with no work and not getting any unemployment. And I sat here and I kind of just, I dwelled on it a lot and kind of felt bad and, you know, wasn't feeling and thinking that nice about it or good about it. But I sat here long enough and I realized, hey, just give it to the universe again. Try this out, right? See if it works. So I'm sitting here on the automatic redialer trying to get a hold of the unemployment office. You had to call in. It could take several days, but I was on there like 2 weeks and nothing, right? Auto redial all day long. And I looked over at this, my friend was sitting there by me and I go, all right, that's it. It's time to ask for help. I'm calling in my cloud friends. She looked over and said, what do you think your cloud friends are going to do? Your clouds are going to do for you? I said, well, they're going to change the atmospheric particles and energy and energies around their office and make them more conducive to answering my call. She just looked away and said, good luck with that. 5 minutes later, they pick up the phone. I got all my back unemployment. 3 days later, I had, all my back unemployment in my hand. I'm like, are you? That's how responsive the universe is.
It's very like yeah, it's so cool how it responds quickly too. It's like it doesn't you don't need like a whole lot of time. Sometimes it's that rapidly.
Yeah, and then the other thing is to not to have too many attachments on how it needs to come to you. Just let it come however, don't say, oh, it needs to be this color, this size, it has to be on this day and here and there. Just give it to the universe. And when the universe, works it out, it'll be there and it'll be in some way you probably never figured, So
Yeah.
it's real important at that point to stay in the frame of mind of receiving it and observe the opportunity when it comes.
Yeah, when you need, the universe will always provide.
Mm-hmm.
It's just putting the mind to it and putting the energy to it, and it will always provide for you.
Yeah, and it's really it's hard to believe. At first, you're like, no way, my thoughts just can't make things happen. I go, no, they really can. And it's not just your thoughts. It's your thoughts, and it's not just believing, but having faith and stuff like that. You just let it go and see how it comes. And it happens a lot where it'll come, and then I don't recognize it because I was looking for it to come in a certain way, or I had my perceived idea of how it had to be or how it was going to be.
Yeah.
And then shortly afterwards, I realized, oh, that was my opportunity when I asked for this, that it came, but it looked like this. And it might be something totally different. It might be, well, it wasn't the bicycle I wanted, but it was a friend or a situation that would have led to that bicycle if I would have not doubted it and flowed with with the energy.
Yeah, because
This guy is good.
it's like it comes in different ways. It's not like it comes in like a direct message, like a burning bush, and it's like it's not gonna come like that. It just it's so many
Yeah,
different ways it comes to you.
yeah. And then here's another thing, like everybody wants us to be in this victimization about it's the government doing this and the government doing that. That's a heavy mindset to hold on to. I mean, to walk around, because if you hear anybody that talks about all this victimization weapons they use on us and everything, they I mean, I don't see where. Let me get my head together on this. Okay, so
With the weaponization, like as far as like the new ways of weapons.
yeah, I don't really see that. Okay, if they're supposed to have all of this technology, and they have nanobots and micro
Oh, yeah.
this and nano, and they have frequencies,
Hmm.
and they have weather warfare, they can just wipe whole cities out or whatever. We haven't seen that, but you know what I mean.
They have so much. They have so much things. Like right now, even the police officers, they just got these like smart helmets. They're called. They're kind of like
Hmm.
smart police helmets that
Hmm.
scans body temperatures and biometrics and uses facial recognition at real
Yeah.
time. These are
Okay.
things that they have now and that the
Okay.
police are going to start using.
Yeah. Here's the thing. How, okay, the narrative of 5G and frequencies and antennas and all this shit is victimizing us and controlling us. How does that work? Do you see a police officer car? Listen to me. I was in a police officer car a few years ago. He has five mirrors or five camera monitors on his rear view mirror,
Mm.
back, front, side, inside, outside. They're all Wi-Fi to his mirror where he can monitor. He doesn't have to take his head off the road. He can see everything that's going around him. He has his body camera, Wi-Fi body camera on him. He has high-speed internet in there. He has X-band radar. He has his personal handheld or cell phone. He has his handheld work device. He has all those antennas up there. Are we supposed to believe they're exempt from all these frequencies and they ride around in that car 12 hours a day? Are they not going to be the first ones affected? I mean,
Unless
how is it going to pick everybody on the bus to mind control and poison and victimize, but not the bus driver? He's going to stop at every red light. I'm just saying,
Mhm.
if it's okay, and then if it was that good, people that come out and talk about this, like let's use a couple names, Dane Wigington, because he's never elevated his perception except the victimization of this. Richie from Boston, another one. Um, why can't they just shut if they got nanobots and frequencies? Why can't they just vaporize these fools or have them drop over or go out and self-suicide or that? Nope, they don't. There's nothing they can do. They don't shut them off, take them off their channels or nothing. They let them sit out here and project and propagate all that victimization narrative to us. What if they have these kind of weapons? Why don't they just have a tornado come and take his ass out and shut his ass up? No, they don't care. They want us to fucking believe all the shit that they tell us they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, and then people will go, this is one that gets me. Oh, there's a universal law that they have to tell us what they're doing to avoid karmic justice or something. That don't fucking make sense. Somebody the devil that's known nothing but a lie. Now we're supposed to have to believe him because there's a karmic law that says he has to tell us. So they tell us, but they don't tell us straight out. They put it in symbology and all this and that. Is that going to work for me if I go up and on the chalk with chalk in front of a bank? I'd write some like graffiti shit saying I'm going to come back and rob the place. And I put little notes on people's windows in some obscure language or some form and say I'm going to do it. And then so when I do it, I'm going to get away with it. How does that work?
Yeah.
Isn't clear, but that does give people that want to keep us confused and locked into that victimization fear want to know they want us to believe that they have to. That's why these people are so good at telling us all this shit that they're doing to us and not having a better idea to do anything except tell your aunt, your uncle, and your grandfather about it. They're so brilliant. They can tell us every frequency and every molecule and every motive behind why we're being victimized. But the best thing they can do is have my grandmother and my uncle be in anxiety over it. I mean, those people aren't brilliant enough to tell us and to know and find out what's going on. Why don't they have a better idea of how to fix it? But, if the nefarious aspect knows that keeps us in a lower vibration of fear, they're going to tell us they're doing all that. And why would they? How could the elite or the people that are doing this to us poison themselves along with it? Oh, it's because they eat different, have different antidotes. I don't. But okay, then again, they want us gone so bad off this planet. They're willing to burn and ruin and pollute the top side of this planet to get rid of us. Because why? They have, and then go live in bunkers for hundreds of years till it fixes itself, or because they have magical technology to fix it when we're gone. Well, if they had that kind of magical technology, they wouldn't need to ruin the top side of this planet to get rid of us. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how does that work? Okay, and by the way, if you wanted to get rid of a bunch of people off the planet so you could do whatever it is you want to do, would you really be willing to sit there and let it poison everything around you and then watch it all go down? I don't think so. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't hold water.
Yeah. And like everything is just I feel like it's just a mess right now. Even the vibration in water, because nobody really checks up on the water and how the water is reacting to like this cosmic energy.
Mm-hmm.
And the waters are acting weird. Even the plants, like even like plants are acting weird.
Okay, I checked that out too. The water, when I was in filming a stream the other day, and the sun was in the reflection there, you could see the little sparkle energy particles around the reflection of the sun on the water. And then the other day I was at the same creek a little further up, and I caught a water elemental. So out of the side of this shallow creek was a snake-like looking energy. The serpentine moving, half of it looked underwater and half of it looked like it was raised up on top of the water like a fly fishing line. It's on my channel. You'd have to go back and look up water elemental.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see it. So that thing sat there with this type of frequency or current pulling the snake out in the water, and it's totally see-through. Or I mean, I could move my hand through it and I couldn't change its direction or anything, what it was doing. So it is happening in the water for sure.
Yeah, they're manipulating the water too. Like you
I'm
can see,
been,
even when it
okay.
snows, you can see the different snowflakes. Not one snowflake is the same. It's all different.
Yeah, well, here's the thing again. I don't see where. Okay, they want to say that they have weather warfare, that the stuff is being used against us to do whatever. I said, well, where's it happening? What's the anomalies? Well, they're having all these fires in California. I said, oh, you mean where they've traditionally had fires for since whenever? Where they're having these crazy tornadoes and shelf clouds. Oh, where at? Oh, Tornado Alley. Mm-hmm. So they're not just taking these things and going and wiping some shit out that they never get over there. And where have we seen? Okay, if it's weaponized weather and warfare, where's the significant amount of casualties? They're not taking out a whole city or town. Even in the floods in China, floods out of a weather disaster kill more people than anything. There's still only like a couple hundred people or something that have died from all them floods. I mean, the secondary death that might come from it because of the sanitation and other things, sure. But are we to believe that these people in government are going to go along with sitting there watching their whole society diminish? I don't know. I can't see how they could get everybody in the world to go along with it unless they have some empirical knowledge that something's coming from space, like this energy, and that a pole shift is possible to happen. And enough of the people around said, yeah, okay, let's run a COVID psyop to get people's mind right. Because when the shit goes down, we don't want everybody surprised by it that, oh, there's no food. And I've been trying for the last 3 years to put all my money into buying a freaking Rolex watch. And now I got nothing to try to get food with. You know, so this is a way to help people wake up, if you ask me.
Yeah, they need to put their priorities straight.
And I can see that, you know, I go out and talk to people in public all the time about this stuff. I'm finding all kinds of people that are down with this type of narrative and realize something's up. And I just don't push that victimization shit anymore, anybody, because when I first woke up, I was like, oh, I want to do it like Dane Wigington does or Richie from Boston. Just tell everybody all the bad news. Like that was my end to fix it, right? And I focused and projected everything out externally that was going on. I didn't look, what personal changes and inner changes can I make and observe about myself that might help? You know, I was just, it's all, I can't fix it, so I need everybody else to wake up. And that's a victimization state when you when you buy into that much, and you think that it elevates your I don't know, ego or whatnot, to think, oh, you got it all. You and these other little people, or these few people on YouTube, got it all figured out, and everybody else's inner knowing and connection to divine source is broken. That's a us and them. That's a us and them right away. When the whole thing that this realm is trying to keep from us is our divine connection, and our connection to the one, to the all.
Well, sounds right.
So the fact is that there's really in my opinion, the higher belief, which is hard to accept and conceive in my head or anybody's, that all of this is only one thing. This is all source consciousness, God, whatever you want to call or whatever you want to say, that it's all one thing, that it's so entirely perfect and loves it in love and loves itself so much that we all have an intricate fractal part of the whole that we're irreplaceable without. That I don't think there is an us and them, but we're all here to have this experience of separation and reconnection. Like if it,
No, you're right on that, because they want the separation and reconnection. We need that reattachment right now. It's like I feel like everyone's not.
Yeah, well, we're having those experiences that bring us there, that help grow and expand our consciousness, because we don't just, you can't expect somebody that's born as 14 or 21 or whatever to have the same higher aspect of consciousness than older people, right? I mean, there's experiences that we get in our life that help us realize who we are, and maybe some of us aren't signed up for this lifetime to realize it. You know what I mean? Maybe there's other lifetimes that they come back and relive to actually have this experience and make it full, make the reconnection.
And like with everything, it's all within time, because like you learn these vibrations, you learn about these energies as you grow older. You know, they don't teach you this when you're young. They don't teach you this growing up, or even going to school. When have, like, you go to school and they talk about energy or talk about like physical? Like, no, they don't. They'll teach you their narrative and what's on their agenda. You know, they don't teach you that you have the power to do what you want to do and be able to control the outlook of your reality.
And then in some ways, I think that how could you give? Okay, so say that when we realize our power and our energies and who we really are, you have those type of abilities like God might have, or something, right? Or close to it. Well, you wouldn't just give a young toddler or a young child a loaded gun. So maybe we need to go through these experiences so we know how to use the powers we have. Because if I would have, back in my youth, if I would have thought I had that kind of ability and access, my consciousness would have probably done harm to myself or others. You know, I mean, I wasn't wise enough to use it properly. Because even the things that I did get, the things that I had in my life, I had drug issues and some, other issues that I had to go through. And I don't look at those as victimization negatives anymore. I go, hey, that was a conscious experience that I got to learn from and grow. And that without that, I wouldn't have had, like, without those periods of separation, we wouldn't appreciate or understand or feel the reconnection, right? So we're here to experience the duality, to get contrast, so we know where the center is, where the bliss is, where source is.
Dylan, you're no, continue. I'm enjoying, or
So
you have a beautiful mind.
So what I realized is, I woke up in 2009. I had to learn how to get online and go through all those things. And it wasn't like, okay, God in my meditation or in my life or in anywhere came and tapped me on the shoulder and said, Mike, there's something going on here in the world and I need you to go fix it. You know what I mean? It was me. I got on the internet and found these people pushing this narrative and I bought into it. I didn't ask God first or my higher self or my better thinking or conscience. I just ran with what was on the internet. And that dismantled my life. As I first did, as I was in a union, stagehand union, and I worked with lots of people. So anyway, as I started learning this stuff, I started sharing it with everybody around me, and they're like, "Oh shit, here he comes again. He's going to tell us how we're all being poisoned and frequency victimized." And you think anybody wants to be around this shit? No, they don't. And all I was doing was going around projecting this big, anxiety hell bubble of mine that I picked up on the internet and wanted other people to experience that because I thought it was going to fix the problem. Like I thought my uncle and my union steward were going to have some idea how to fix it that I didn't. And I still don't understand how everybody waking up at one time, what it is we're going to do to fix all this stuff. I think that the things that are going on, okay, I think that all these things of chaos that we see and darkness and unconsciousness are there as signposts and as signs to show us that this is who we're not, and this is an opportunity for us to choose love over fear. And that without those, we might not, we wouldn't have the choice if we didn't have both sides of this, both sides of the duality here, is to give us the perspective of why that's not us and what it is else we could do.
Yeah, and what else can we do for ourselves to help us through what we're going through?
So yeah, and I realized back when I started this was to, I got on my channel and I started putting up chemtrails, and I would go to people's live streams. I go, they're using HARP to control our minds. There's nano poisoning and everything. I would just spout out this doombot comments to everybody. You think that brought anybody back to my channel? Hell no. Same thing. Dismantled my online life almost, And it took long enough that when I dismantled all that shit from my life and all the distractions were gone, I started looking and then I found out about the energy and the healing and the kind of inner work we can do. And that started it for me right there. Then the process started to really begin, because I got out of the fear victimization narrative. I need everybody else to save me, instead of looking at myself and find out, how I can come to peace with being here and why we're here and what it's all about. So that's what helped me quite a bit. And then I went with that with my channel. I was looking at the sky and feeling every day going out in life, feeling victimized, every freaking chemtrail I'd see. And then I would feel flabbergasted that, oh, why am I the only one? Why can't all these other people understand what's going on? Well, it's because that's just a perceived idea I put in my head about it. People that, what other people's idea was and told me, and I took that in personally and ran with it. So I felt victimized. So then a few years of that went by and I started doing the energy work, and I looked up and one day the sky just popped, and it was an entity in the cloud. You could just totally tell by its frequency signature pattern and its nothing else around it. And that it was something intelligent, and it started to make contact with me, like sort of just every time I'd go out, not every time, but it was real consistent that you could tell when I'd go out, there'd be nothing else going on in the sky, and then something would start up right over me. And if you look at my videos, you can see the type of weirdness and those rainbow clouds. So that's me, and me projecting, like they say, the mystery motto. If you bless up water and do nice things and say nice things to water, it's going to form brilliant, beautiful crystalline structures when you film it. If not, you don't. Well, it's the same thing with the sky. So when I was going out cursing the sky and pissed off at everybody because they weren't waking up to fix it, what was the sky giving me? It was giving me ugliness and victimization. That's all I could see up there in it. Once I turned that around, it started to look like angels and other entities. And then I started realizing at the timing of it, hey, I can use those things to inspire myself to get off drugs, which I did without going to treatment or anything else. I just daily had these cloud entities, or this cloud, attention that I could go out and not have the desire to do drugs again. So it's changed my life that way.
Right on. Now, do you feel like these clouds are always like hovering around you and above you?
I feel that they're my angelic guides or my higher self guides, totally. And they're providing this content. If you look at how organic this content is, it's pretty cool that we can just go out and film the sky every day, and we have a whole community of people around understanding what that's about. It's a more than victimization, because people in the chemtrail things, that's a process. And I realize also that, so everything that's out here, all the chaos and darkness, and even these concepts and victimization things are just catalysts on the process of somebody's awakening. When you first wake up, and you first realize that your energy is felt by other people and you're feeling other people's energy, it's disorienting. And a lot of people feel gang stalked right
Mm-hmm.
off the rip. They get this, their pineal gland opens up, their consciousness bubble expands, and now they're starting to understand there's energy interchanges and interactions, and they feel gang stalked by it. They feel that that person over there in that car, the way he parked, and because he's there at this time, and he glanced their way, that's a somebody's that somebody's doing something against them. And it's
Mm-hmm.
just them. It's just them kind of reading other people's energies and stuff. And I was in that for a couple of years. I felt gang stalked, when my family and nobody else would talk to me and everything. I felt, and then I looked around. I picked up on the internet, gang stalking, and I was like, oh shit, is that what's going on with me? And I thought that. And then the more I would think it and buy into that, the more it would be replicated in my environment. The more I would see it. So it taught me what the clouds taught me to do would be responsible for my thought forms and my beliefs and my attachments, because that's what creates the reality around me. I
Mm-hmm.
lived those 4 years in chemtrail hell, or the victimization of all that. I swore it was going down, and I thought in like 2015, when we had Mike Brown in St. Louis get shot by the cop, and they had the National Guard come in and everything there. And what else do we have that year? We had a FEMA camp, Walmart conversions, and Jade Helm and Ebola. You think I didn't think it was going down right then, like people think it's going down right now? And what did I do? I ran around to all the people around me and told everybody, we need to get rice, beans, bandages, and bullets. And they looked at me like, oh, crap, you've lost it. I go, no, man, come on, look at this video. Look at Jade Helm. Look at. Nope, none of that shit happened, did it? None of it fruitioned out where people got put into FEMA camps and hauled away. All that shit didn't happen, but they projected it out there on the internet. So I think about it. Well, how much of that did I create by me focusing on that? My me taking it in. That's my reality. I was living that shit in 2015, 16. I thought this shit was going down. I don't know if you did or not, but a lot of other people, and the same people that push that shit now, were pushing it back then.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And they. So anyway, I realized, hey, that was still just a catalyst for me. The universe put that experience out there because it's what I focused on. It's what I learned from. So that's what I learned from to get to this place now where I don't see the victimization and realize the higher aspects that we can have and contribute by what we do from inside ourselves, and how we think, believe, and feel are more important than the outward look of what things appear to be.
Yeah. I was, I was just here. I just got a message. My buddy's gonna bring me some medicine, and I was like, "Oh no, I didn't want to smoke medicine," but he's like, "It'll make your stomach feel better."
Yeah, no, I eat it. I eat cannabis more than smoke.
Yeah.
I really like it. They have some great products here in Oregon.
I want to go to Oregon so bad. If I go to Oregon, I'm definitely gonna have to meet up with you out there so you could show me
Yeah,
around,
for
especially
sure.
at Portland. Because if I go out there, I'm just gonna take like a straight shot. I've never done this
Mm-hmm.
before, but I've always wanted to do. I want to drive from where I'm at, Connecticut, all the
Mm-hmm.
way across to Oregon, and then
Yeah.
of course I want to, go to different places and see different things. I definitely want to stop at Colorado. So
Yeah.
if I'm going to Oregon, I'll definitely bring you something from Colorado.
Well, I'm from Colorado myself.
Oh,
I
there
worked
you
with the union stagehand out there at Red Rocks and all the venues for over 10 years.
There you go. You see what we're talking about
Mhm.
like with like when I said Colorado, I could have said any other state, but I said
Yeah, that's a synchronicity. Yeah, that's how they add up.
like the flying the flying dude. It's like the with the how you call those dudes, the parasailers.
Yep.
Um, I think those are cool. I'm so afraid because I'm kind of like afraid of heights, but then I could feel the tranquility of being that high, and you're in control,
Mm-hmm.
'cause pretty much you have control of your vehicle. If your propeller, if your propeller fails, then you could glide. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so
Yep.
if your glider gets messed up, you could cut it all, and then you could
You have a reserve parachute. Yep.
reserve parachute so you can have a safe landing.
So I just went and looked, and it's $2,500 for a 4-day training
hmm
seminar, 4-day training course, and they make sure you get up and do 3 or 4 self-launch flights. And they don't want you to buy your gear ahead of time and expect to use it there because they're not going to be comfortable training you on somebody else's product. So they have the gear there for $2,500. I can learn to fly the paramotor and launch myself. And then afterwards, I looked in the paramotors that go for between $5,000 and $10,000.
Yeah, they do. And I knew someone actually. Man, I forgot his YouTube channel. I think we spoke. I spoke to you about him.
Yeah,
The
yeah, is he in Carolina?
Yeah, what's his
Hmm.
name? Something Got is his last name.
Yeah, Tucker
Tucker.
got.
There you go, Tucker
Mhm.
Got.
He's
He
made a life out of it.
Yeah, and he's actually giving away a training session and with the promoter
Uh-huh.
and everything, like a whole
Yeah.
package.
Yep.
You know,
And check this out. Again, if chemtrails are as deadly and frequencies up there are as deadly as they wanted us to believe, you know how many people do that sport? I mean, millions. Not just that, but hot air balloons, hang gliders, paramotors, paragliders, skydivers, regular gliders. They're all up there high up in the atmosphere for hours and hours unprotected. I think all those people would go up there and all they do when they're on the ground is they're looking up. Is this a time I could fly? Is it good to fly now?
oh, he dropped off. No, he'll be back. He just dropped off. Like it just a boop.
Yeah,
It's all good, but the paramotor, like Tucker, when he because he likes to do these like videos, and it's so funny when he goes to like Chick-fil-A and he goes to Starbucks and McDonald's and he's flying in to pick up his meals. I think that's very
I like to
creative.
fly fucking helicopters.
Helicopters.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be cool to learn and learn how to fly a helicopter. I mean, I'm scared just of heights, but like when I'm up and above, I feel more comfortable too. So it's like it's like the yin and the yang. You know, you get what you get, and the good and the bad. Yeah, I'm afraid of heights, but then once you're up there, it feels so relaxing and so peaceful. And you would think that these individuals, they go parasailing and they go on these excursions with these paramotors. You don't see them like getting attacked by all this crazy stuff that's in the air or having difficulties. Actually, they breathe better and they experience, like, their experiences is so much different. They bring in Sky. Hey buddy, you back?
Yeah, my cheek must have disconnected me. Yeah, and you think about it. Okay, so those cosmic energies that are coming in and activating us, maybe they're closer to them up there. Maybe they're getting great disclosure and activation and energy up there, and it's like the fountain of youth, and they're not telling everybody. You know what I mean? They're not going to tell everybody that hey, we're fountain of the youth up in the atmosphere when these, they don't want everybody to shut them down or anything from it. So I just saying, it's a lot of people. If you look at these, there's a channel called the World Cup Paragliding channel. They
Mm-hmm.
go around every 2 or 3 months. They're in a different location around the world. There's like 200 or 300 of them. They all go up at the same time and they fly in big groups. There's like different tasks and missions that they have to fly a certain way in a certain pattern and things up there to win this World Cup. And they're all up there together. I'm thinking, wait a minute. Why doesn't Dane Wigington or any of these people that talk about the victimization of all this chemtrail and their only answer, again, I haven't heard a better answer uh, to stop any of it except, well, we need you to wake your family and your neighbors and your friends up to it. Well, like, what is my neighbor, the guy that pumps gas down the thing, or my friend the bags groceries, going to have any idea what the hell's going on up there and have any louder voice than anyone else? But why wouldn't these people like Dane Wigington and all them say, hey, you guys realize there's a whole community of sky sport enthusiasts
Mm-hmm.
that spend intimate amounts of time up there. And if you needed to get samples or find out how deadly or dangerous it is and find out what their symptoms and bodies going, why don't we all casually go over there on the YouTube? They got tens of thousands or more channels, right? All
Mm-hmm.
these, they spend a lot of intimate time up in the atmosphere. Why wouldn't they suggest we all go start talking to them, just casually go over and say, hey, I'm thinking about getting into hot air ballooning, but I had some concern when I see those chemtrails, those jets leaving the trails up there, and this and that, and ask what their perspective. Maybe they're all just unaware of it. They spend all that time up there. They're trying to be safe, and they just don't look up and get it. No, you know what I'm saying? Come on, it doesn't make sense. So why wouldn't they suggest? I'm telling you, it's better than making the gas station union get together and try to stop chemtrails. These people that spend intimate amounts of time up there, that their safety and their lives depend on it, why wouldn't somebody suggest we go talk to them?
Yeah.
It's because they're not confirming it. They're not confirming that victimization narrative. They spend that intimate amounts of time up there, and none of them are dead or dying from it.
Like the pilots and stuff, like from the airlines and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. This is why those chemtrails persist and look different. On certain days when we have higher amounts of UV and radiation from cosmic particles, it makes them persist longer. Now the government's probably realized, hey, we'd like to monitor and keep good track of the magnetosphere and see if we can learn and get some kind of timeline on how this is going to go down. So they're going to fly in certain areas and at certain times to let those trails go up and show them what the energies are doing in the sky. Doesn't mean it has to be poison. They could be using queso cheese whiz for all I know. And it would make sense because I always want margaritas and nachos lately. So it's probably queso cheese whiz they're spraying. But anyway, it just doesn't make sense that humans would spray around themselves to get rid of us when, I'm just saying. So I'm over the victimization narrative, and I realize some people have to have that catalyst. And, I don't find a flat earth holding water or Mandela doesn't resonate with me, but those doesn't mean that those things aren't a catalyst for somebody else to help them along their path of this awakening. Because that's what chemtrails and other parts of the stuff were for me.
Yeah.
A catalyst.
I mean, today here in Connecticut, they were spraying today.
Yeah.
They were spraying heavily today.
Yeah.
And
then again, if you think about it, why would they be so precise and do it on one day and not the other day and have nobody underneath? Okay, so I could see if they came out one day and they sprayed so heavy and everybody forgot to stop at red lights and they had mass accidents and shit around. Then I could see a victimization going on from it. But if they're spraying heavy and everybody's stopping at red lights, nobody's, in general, nobody's doing anything all that much different. Where's the victimization again? I just don't see it. Why would they spend time putting all this chemtrail down in one little area and not have a desired effect from it right away? Mm-hmm. I mean, I've been a weather bubble of bliss. There hasn't been one extreme thing in weather that's happened like the rest of the world here in Portland. I'm saying, mm-hmm. I'm just saying, I'm over the victimization, but I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
Most people are
done with the being a victim, and now you're trying to be proactive.
Mm-hmm. And then exactly, there's a lot of people that have gone through this chemtrail experience with me, this geoengineering or the sky catalyst, and they've gone full circle just like me, or they've come to my channel and we've talked it out together, and they're like, yeah, this is more supernatural or spiritual going on up there than government. And I don't think the government even actually wants us to know that this stuff that's coming in right now, these particles, put us in a higher manifestation rate, where we're manifesting things a lot faster right now. Like I'm sitting there talking to the guy on the phone about paramotoring, and he goes, instantly he walks outside and he's got a paramotor flying around. That's pretty instantaneous.
And that happens a lot with me, and my psychic abilities is just on fire, dude. Like I put people like pretty much in their place with my psychic abilities. It's like they end up being shocked, like you get that shock and awe, like you're like, holy shit, like how, like you get goosebumps all over your body and you're like wondering, how the hell do you know this? Like how, like I didn't even tell you anything, like I don't even know you. And I'm like, dude, it's just when you're very empathic and you're like what I am. I'm a psychic medium empath, so I'm my empath is so like strong and so sensitive that I feel people, and I
Hmm.
have like I feel the energy, and I'm
Yep.
very good with feeling energy, and I just hear things, and I hear and also I hear things from people that are not here, that are passed on,
Hmm.
that are dead, and I hear their messages, and sometimes I pass it along to their loved ones, and
Mm.
made people cry. Like
Yeah.
literally, I couldn't even talk like how I'm talking, and I try to keep it under control, but the other line is like they're sobbing and crying,
Yeah.
and
Because
you
you
know,
touched them, yeah.
yeah, it's like my mom, she's and I had a couple. It was a individuals in UK. It was a female and her brother, and they got contact with me, and they wanted to get in contact with their mother, and I told them some stuff that only they knew that their mother knew, and they got a confirmation from that yes, it was her communicating with me and letting them know, and they both just started crying.
Right. Yeah, cool.
I felt so
Yeah.
uncomfortable a little bit. I felt uncomfortable because I didn't want to make them cry, but they were bawling out crying. And I was
Yeah.
like, do
But it
you
was
want me
like,
to give you a moment, so you could, gather yourself? Like, yeah, yeah, we're sorry. It's just,
no,
you know,
those are healing tears, though. That's stuff that's getting resolved.
yeah. And it's
You're
good.
an.
It's good to cry.
Hmm.
It's good to
Yeah.
cry those, especially when it's so heartfelt and so like, oh,
Hmm. Beautiful. Yeah, it's healing, and that's what we're all kind of doing is stepping up to our, as our conscious bubbleness expands. And I tell you, when I first got my expansion bubble in 2009, I felt gang stalked afterwards quite a bit, and
mm-hmm,
that was just me not realizing that to be responsible for my energy output and my energy, receptiveness. So I was
mm-hmm,
just feeling somebody else's energy can freak people out. It's a little bit disorienting.
mm-hmm,
And then the government or nefarious aspects know that happens, and they're going to pump that negative fear stuff out there because they want you locked into that belief
mm-hmm.
because you're going to stay out of their way and they're going to get their system still going to run, catered to them. And all right.
You got to keep the beast moving. You got to keep the beast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just the way it is. But
Yeah.
that's why I say, like, even in the government, there's psychics in the government. They even had a unit in the army,
Mm-hmm.
a psychic unit. It was a special
Mm-hmm.
unit only for psychics.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the
And
military.
I kind of wonder why. Well, just say if we believe all this narrative that we put out, a lot of us put out, a lot of truthers, a lot of other people on YouTube, because there's agents and stuff that work on there too and psyops. But when they put out all that information that locks us down to that belief system, it doesn't have to be just the government. There's like nefarious people, like people that are cons, just been in prison a bunch of times and they can't get a normal job, realize, hey, I can pick up this narrative and run it on YouTube and things and get people bought into it and profit off it. They're gonna, oh, I got to check in every day with this guy, find out how fat close the world is to ending,
Mm-hmm.
and pay for that victimization of it. So I realize people that don't change that don't you don't see progress with their narrative or their processes, they're just using it.
Mm-hmm.
They're not being totally authentic and honest. So, and again, do we believe there's a faction of good people in the government too?
I believe there's good.
Yeah, and I
There's a lot of good, but then there's a lot of crookedness too.
yeah,
And
and again, when they want us to believe that this government and all we need to do something about it. Well, it's not actually just all of us that need to do it. It's the other people in the government, the ones that are good, that are in the government, that are in a position to do something about it. I mean, none of us are all in positions to do anything about it. So all these people that tell us the victimization narrative need us to go what? Tell our family and tell our friends and workmates about this, like it's going to fix it. It doesn't. It
that's all
doesn't.
it's gonna go though. It can't take it any further without the powers, to be, hovering and bringing you down too. So it's like you're gonna try to help and try to speak out, but then you're gonna have someone trying to put a hand over your mouth.
but I don't see that happening. You know, Richie from Boston or Dane Wigington, they're out there promoting that message.
Richie
Unstoppable. They're unstoppable.
Richie doesn't live far from me.
Okay, what I'm saying is this is why, if he was having any effect on him telling us that shit, why wouldn't they use all those weapons they supposedly have to silence him? They want him to go out there and say all that stuff because they know it locks us into the fear narrative.
It's like a
So,
for them.
so I don't think that actually the weapons and all the things they tell us they have and that they are and they can use, that they actually have. It's easier to just get us to make us believe that they have them, and then we start producing the effects, or we start producing the weapons and using them on ourselves because we believe they're there. We believe they're being used. When I believe chemtrails and all this victimization was doing that, my life sucked. I mean, I lived like it was happening. I couldn't told you otherwise, one way or another. I said it was going down now. It's happening. You know, I couldn't break free from that narrative that they had me under. So.
And that's a constant narrative. That's a narrative that saying it doesn't go away. It ain't gonna go away. And the government, you know, that's just its own. That's like another story, another show on that because
Yeah,
the
so I'm
fear.
just happy to.
They just
Go
want,
ahead.
they want more fear than anything, you know, because they're fear mongers. It's like, you know, believe what you want to believe. If you believe we have this, then that's what we have.
Yeah, well, they also know that the real secret is here is that our minds, our thoughts, our beliefs, and our feelings create the reality that we're around. So if they can get us to attach, believe, and accept their narrative of how they want us to be, they'll put us right there. Exactly how they're doing it. But I don't think they're okay. Since they know that, they don't actually have the weapon out there that they have to be immune from. And think about it. Okay, if 5G and antennas and all these frequencies were so bad, how come the cops are just fine? I mean, these cops are going to sit there and cook their brain in a box, and it's killing us, but it's not them.
You're talking about 10, 12-hour shifts.
And tell you that, and they're those devices are on them at all times. You see their big computer in there. They got the X-band radar all wired up. So
their walkies.
All of that shit. But these assholes out here that are telling us 5G's killing everybody and starting coronavirus. Are you kidding me? And you ask them, what about the police? You don't think the police are going to be affected first? What? I mean, come on. Once the police start being affected, how are they going to stop anybody from taking the towers down or something? You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. They just want us in that fear and victimization.
They want us to think that. They want us to be put in that train of thought.
Yep. And another thing is that they really don't want the masses to know about the cosmic, because that's why Richie's from Boston is a flat earther. No space, no cosmic radiation, no grand solar minimum. They don't want people prepared. They want you to think of them doing this and that to you, and you to run around and disempower yourself and disfranchise yourself from everybody else because they think you got the knowledge that's going to fix and save everything. And if nobody listens to you, then you know what I'm saying? It elevates it, makes it us and them right away. Oh, me, because I know what's going on, and everybody else that doesn't know what's going on. I don't get that. I mean, I thought I knew what was going on way back then, and I thought, 7 billion people, and there's only a few 100,000 of us on YouTube here that have inner knowing working for us, that everybody else's connection to the source and God is broken. But these people that are on YouTube trying to tell us, that don't make sense. Nope.
No, it really doesn't.
Does not. I'm not the smartest person, and I went through
we're not being censored.
Like, and my
to talk.
Yeah, and my awakening was neither quick, painless, or without event and distraction. And so when people go out and think they can just start telling this information to other people and see the aha moment in them, nope, it didn't happen that way for me. You take this stuff in, and it, slowly starts working in on you and you start buying into it. But anyway, hey, I appreciate talking to you, Rick, man. This has been great.
Same here, man. No, I love talking about it. I love talking to you, and it's always a joy. And I got my medicine. My buddy came by. He's like, man, here's some strawberry cough. And I was like,
excellent.
Nice. So he's like, hopefully it'll help your stomach issue and at least you feel at least a little euphoric for now. Like
Mm-hmm.
it, I wasn't gonna smoke, but I was like, my stomach's just really not cooperating with me, and it feels like I'm being like manipulated in a ways, and I've had this happen to me last year, and it's happening to me again, and I'm like, no, I don't want to have these problems again.
Right. And I realized with me, because I have some issues with my stomach and things, it was because I had taken too many antibiotics in my life, and it strips out the good stomach flora, the bacterial flora, the probiotic bacteria that's in your stomach, and it gets replaced with, you know, not good, not good flora. And so I have candida. There's it's just a stomach yeast thing or whatever. But so I realized that sugar feeds it, and that sugar is in so many of our products. It's hard to even get away from.
Yeah, because they don't really they tell you what is made and everything, but they try to hide it so you don't get to see what like the ingredients and stuff. Because like the ingredients, they should be kind of like highlighted and like bigger letters and
Mm-hmm.
more of a bolder color looking, so you'll know what's inside the product. Yeah,
Yep,
right.
yep,
They try to hide that as little as they can, so you don't
yeah,
what's in it,
yep. They don't want us to know.
what you're putting in, because like how many people actually read the ingredients of what they eat?
Yeah, exactly. And basically too is that once we get trained or we get ourselves we preference certain type of things. We just go with it. I mean, if the body health effects are going to be severe, we're going to face them down the road when it's kind of too late. You're going to be stuck with those type of things. So I'm glad I woke up eventually, and like I got off soda completely. I was hooked on soda
Nice.
pop.
Oh, nice.
And
I love to hear that, man.
then
Like
I went a long time where I realized that it's not just the sugar, it's the carbs,
it's
because
the
carbs
carbs.
turn
Yeah.
into sugar. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, and it's so harmful to the body, and it's
Mm-hmm.
just like I cut soda a long time. I knew like so some okay, this is my story. I knew when I was little there was something wrong with soda.
Mm-hmm.
Something told me when I was little, and I remember having dinner with my family, like my mom, my dad, my sister, and it was me, and they would try to give me Coke, and I'm like, I don't want that. They're like, what do you mean? You gotta drink something. I was like, I don't want that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't want it. And my mom would give me a cup of water. It's like, all right, well, you don't want Coke? Well, here's water. And then I got adapted to drinking water, more water. And I
Mm.
cut all sodas, like pretty much I went from drinking dark sodas like Coke or Pepsi and stuff like that, then to drinking Sprite and 7 Up, and then to ginger ale, and then to just water. And now the only soda that I actually put in my system is ginger ale.
Mm-hmm.
I just do it because of my stomach and it helps
Yeah.
me sleep at night.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, water,
Yeah.
water.
And now that I've got off it, it's not like I have. It's not like I'm fighting it anymore. But for a few months there, when I was getting off it, I was so trained myself into having it all the time. I thought it was really hard. It seemed, hard to not at that point. But now that I've got this much time under my belt, it's pretty easy.
Yeah. You see,
Yeah.
when you come into my home, you'll see cases of water. I have like 6 cases of water, and I always give people water. And they come in my home. It's like, you want something to drink? You want water? I got a bottle right there for you.
Very
I'm
nice.
always giving away water. Whoever comes in my home gets a bottle of water.
Yeah. Awesome.
Like, yeah,
Very cool.
they're like, oh, I'm not thirsty. No, you need it. Trust me.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
I just give
Very
them
cool.
a bottle, and I don't, I'm always purchasing like cases of water and having it here because I drink a lot of it. I'm
Hey, I got to go. I have a phone call coming in.
okay. Go for it.
Catch you, Rick. We'll catch you soon.
All right, brother. Take care.
Bye. Bye, bro.
And like the water, it's like for me because I'm an Aquarius, Capricorn Aquarius. I'm in the cusp, as they say, because I'm like in between. But I always felt more of an Aquarius than anything, like the water barrier. And I'm always like, water loves me, and I love water. And when I'm in the water, it's just it for me it regenerate, like I feel regenerated. So it's like that's why I want to go back to Florida. I want to go back to South Florida. I want to go to Crandon Park over in Key Biscayne, Florida. That's down in Miami. It's an island. Key Biscayne is an island, so you have to cross over bridges to get to the island. I think like 3 or 4 islands, 5 islands down after you cross like all the intercoastals, and you reach Crandon Park. And Crandon Park beach number, not the first ones, not the 1 2. 1 2 is not my favorite. There you get more of a rip current, more of a you get more current between beaches 1 and 2, and I don't like that. So beaches 3 and 4 is the best. It's the best. Like when you go in the water, like it's so shallow that you can walk a mile, I think about a mile or half a mile, and you're still in less than knee deep waters. And what I do is like I sit down, like, and the water is so warm. Oh my goodness, it's so warm. No, thank you for coming by, my Skyfi D. I appreciate it. I know you have your life, you have your phone calls you got to make and intercept. Me too. I do. Like I'll be like, hey, I'll be right back. I got this because I got a phone call or I got a message that I gotta attend to. I try to multitask as much as I can. I try, but I am smoking this medicine and I'm very hyped up with this medicine. I'm smoking strawberry cough. I think it'll help my stomach at least for tonight to calm me
That's
down.
good shit. Don't
Yeah,
mind me some fucking marijuana.
yeah. Marijuana, it's so helpful. It's so good, and so
But when you go to level 2, that's when you get very serious into that shit. I'm like a level 1 user.
yeah. I want to read this. I know who's this. I know who's this. I'm just not gonna say her name. It's about our connection to source that isn't broken, but not everyone on the same level is awareness. So basically, yeah, of said connection. Yeah, I agree. Jay. I agree. I agree that connection, it's like, especially connection with mama. Like, how many people are connected to mama? Right? Like Mother Earth, the waters, the nature. Like how many people are connected with nature and connected with the ocean, and not many, and then the ones that are, they seem to be more spiritual and more gifted and more psychic also, especially when you can like for me, this is how nuts this is, right? Because I'm so into nature, into trees and plants. Like when I went to a doctor's appointment, this is a while back, this is like a few like months back before COVID. I went to the doctor's office and the plants were talking to me, right? And they would tell me I'm thirsty, and I would tell the doctor, whoever's there, it's like, listen, um, this plant's thirsty. Can you please give it some water? They're like, oh, for real? I was like, yes, please. Can you give it some water for me? And they do it, and I make sure they do it in front of me, so that way I know that the plant got water. Like today, I went to the supermarket this morning after I did my physical therapy, which I got to talk about that. My physical therapy today was, oof, oof, it was a lot. I did a lot today. I went to the supermarket. I went to Town, and I just wanted to get a few things. And then as I was walking into the supermarket, something called my attention. And when I look to the left, I see a big setup of aloe vera plants, aloe plants, and I'm like, I've been wanting. This is like yesterday. I was talking about this plant, and I was like, I wanted an aloe vera plant. And the last time I had an aloe vera plant, my cats destroyed it because they literally like, I got the plant, and then the next day I got my cats. So my cats were just like wild cats at that time, and they were like, being a little disruptive. So they got to the plant and they chewed it up and destroyed it. So I waited until they got older, and now they're older and more mature. And today I just walked in and I see the plants. I'm like, those are aloe vera plants, and then they're brand new. They just got them today, and I looked at them and they were so beautiful. And there was this one plant that was calling me, like, please take me. And I'm like, okay, I'm taking you home with me. It cost me $5, 4.99 for a beautiful aloe vera plant, and it's so beautiful. And I know she's gonna do so well here in my home, and she's gonna be loved. And I'll make sure I'll take care of her and give her water and make sure she has a good home. Because plants, they understand you, they understand energy. These plants, you think that they just stay there and they don't move. Like if you put a camera towards a plant, you're gonna see the plant moving. It's gonna be like dancing all over the place, like woo, like ooh, got the shivers. If you put it on like when you fast forward it and you're looking at how what the plant is doing, the plant is constantly moving. They just move so slow that we cannot see them. We can't see them, but they listen. They feel energy. They know energy, and they sense it. Like if you're in a horrible state of mind, you're negative, and like you're always like it's just negative. Like and the energy's horrible. Plants tend to not survive in those homes. Now, you go to a home that's full of love and positive energy and good energy, and you just see the plants just flourish and they're happy. Like I'll show you my money tree. My money tree is going almost through it's almost reaching to the bottom part of my skylight. It's trying to reach the sky. I'm like, like this is going to be a little difficult to take care of in the future because this tree continues to grow. I'm like, what am I gonna do with this tree? Like, my money tree. She's so beautiful too. And when I got her, she was so neglected. She was dry. She wasn't happy. She just wasn't feeling good. And I nursed her back to health. And I nursed her back, and she is the most happiest plant I've had here. She's the oldest plant, and I have her. And I got me also a bamboo tree last week. Has a nice beautiful elephant, green elephant on it, because I like the elephant designs. They're so cute. And it has on the side, it's a money tree. It's not a money tree, but it's a bamboo tree. The most beautiful bamboo tree I've seen. I for my eyes that I saw. And I was like, wow, how much is this bamboo tree in the window? Ooh, ooh. It cost me $15. But I didn't care how much it cost, because the fact that the plant was like calling for me to take it, like telling me, please take me home. I felt so bad. I felt like these plants, they do talk. They talk. And I felt the energy like asking me to take it home. And I was like, okay, I'll take you home. And the plant is my bamboo tree is right on my desk, on my entry desk, my entry to my apartment. And she is beautiful, and she is happy. She's like, thank you for bringing me here. And I'm just bringing in more plants into my apartment. I want to get some more plants. It's good to have plants, in your home. And I'm thinking about getting. There's a few more that I want to get, bigger plants for my home. I just right now, it's towards the end of this, not the end of the season, but it's like we're heading towards fall, so it's gonna start getting cold. So we're not gonna be having like really good plants to pick out here right now. So I'll be probably waiting towards next year for spring, to get these plants that I have on my mind that I would love to bring here in my home. And they're beautiful. Like plants. They're like there's like I want to get about I want to say about six more plants. I would like to get definitely want to get six more plants, and definitely want to get some hanging plants, meaning I want to hang them from my skylight. It'll be so beautiful. I want to make my apartment nice and cozy and beautiful. It keeps my mind. All it will do is keep my mind distracted from all the pain and problems that I have going in my life. Especially my health problems. I try to distract myself as much as possible to not think about my health problems. So what I'll do is like, plant, or I'll come on here on YouTube and talk to you guys and stuff. Those are all distractions for me, so I don't have to worry about my health and have to be like, damn, I'm doing all this, but yet I'm very sick and I'm not in good health, but I continue to do what I do and try to do it with a smile on my face, but in reality, I am suffering and I suffer every day. And I just wanted to share that with you guys. So I come in here, I come in here because it's more of a therapeutical session for me. It's the distraction for me too, from myself. And I'm here in a lot of pain. My stomach is in a lot of pain, my inside, my colon, I have a lot of pain. And it's just not fair for me to have to be going through this, and been going through this for years and years. We're talking about like probably 20 plus years or 15 plus years that I'm dealing with this stomach colon issue. um and it's just getting worse and worse as time goes on. I don't want it to be the death of me, but there is a possibility that I may not be around long. And I'll try to let you guys know, and if I live long, that's great, but in reality, I am a psychic and I do see things, and I don't see myself like in a good state a few years from now, especially if I'm by myself. If I'm by myself, I have like probably close to 0% chance of being able to get to at least age 50. I have 0% chance. I don't think I'll be able to get to 50 if I continue, if I'm on my own through this like through my journey. Um, it's just not. I'm not gonna make it. Um, the insides of the pain from within is just too much. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. I try to do everything to like I try to take care of myself. I go see the doctors. I go, I'm proactive on that. Like I don't want to like sit or procrastinate or wait on that. I procrastinate a lot, and I do. That's just I'm Puerto Rican too, so that could be a little reason. I try to blame it on the Puerto Rican side. I always try to blame it on the Puerto Rican side, but I do procrastinate, and I don't do it because I want I don't do it on purpose. It's just it's because I don't feel good. So it's like when I don't come on here on YouTube, it's not because like of anything or what. It's because I'm really not feeling good, and I'm in a lot of pain, and I do suffer. And people gotta really really realize that, like, you know live a day in my shoes. You may want to hang yourself right after. You may want to kill yourself after just spending one day in my shoes. And I've always been asked this question: are you suicidal? This is not the first time people ask me if I'm suicidal, because my doctors all the time ask me if I'm suicidal, because a lot of people that are just like me and suffering like me are very suicidal. And I told my doctor, no, I'm not suicidal, but my insides are very suicidal. My stomach, my colon, my like my insides are suicidal. They want to die. I want to stay alive and I'm fighting to stay alive. My insides don't want to stay alive. They want to shut down. They want to move on. Like I died plenty of times and came back. And this body has been jolted back to life. You know, I'm not supposed to be alive. I'm supposed to be dead. Like I'm not supposed to be alive. And the fact that I'm still alive is like it's a miracle. It is. It's like how the hell you're still alive? You know, it's like this cat that has 9 lives, and I'm just using them up. You know, and I'm down to my last lives. And how much more do I have to go before I'm gone? Because I'm not gonna be here forever. I am gonna die. You know, it's just when am I going to die? But I have you guys to help me and get a little support and distraction from my reality. You know, it's very helpful and therapeutical for me. Um, I do what I can on my side. You know, I do physical therapy twice a week for 2 hours. You know, each day that I do, I always give it my all when I'm in physical therapy, even if it causes me a lot of pain and suffering. At least I gave it my best effort in order to like, help myself. I didn't give up. You know, I didn't like. I don't want to commit suicide. I'm not suicidal. A lot of people are, but I'm not suicide. I've been suicidal before when I was young. Like it was just I wanted to like not be alive, you know. And it's like it started at a young age for me. You know, a lot of thoughts, you know, suicidal thoughts and stuff when I was young. I was very suicidal, very very suicidal. You know, not a lot of people know that. You just guys know me for my mind over your matter, right? And we have the good times, but you got to know the host, right? You got to know who you're talking to and where this person's coming from. Yeah, I've been through a lot of shit, man, and I'm still alive. And I'm alive for a reason. I always say that I'm alive for a reason. I'm alive to witness something. I've witnessed a lot of things between like all these riots and all the shootings and the setup with the Black Lives Matter and the government, how it's all manipulated and it's all fake. You guys are being played because they're all on the same team. It's all on the same team. It doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democrat. It's they have to follow an agenda and they're given they don't they don't have the right to think for themselves. They're told what to think. Okay? They're puppets. Like that's what people are not realizing. Like these are puppets, they're actors. They're all actors. Presidents are just it's just an actor in charge that it just makes you believe that we have someone that represents us. That's all it is. This person is no special like oh my goodness like no it's an actor. It's just a puppet. It doesn't matter what party. They're all the same. They sleep in the same bed. They all sleep in the same bed. They all have lunch together. They are all friends with each other. It's just, it's us being played. That's all it is. We're all being played. You don't think Trump wasn't a Democrat? Trump's been a Democrat his whole fucking life. He's a Democrat. He just switched. He just switched because he couldn't like run for president in the Democratic side because they wanted Hillary to run. That's the only reason why he left the Democratic Party, and he went to the Republicans. And the Republicans were like, "Oh shit, we got someone here that's, he's an actor, he's well known, and he left the Democratic Party, he's in with our party. Yeah, let's fucking have him run." That's what happened. All the other shit, like, it's just funny because I could see it. Because Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are very, very good friends. Very good friends. Their daughters are best friends. Okay? Best friends. You think your parents are with your best friend, your parents are gonna hate each other? Come on. Go, that fly needs to fly in some other else's shit. Cause this shit here is just crazy. And you see flies all over the place. I'm telling you, this is all a rigged, manipulated system. You are all part of a system. You have a social security number. You all have a number. You are cattle. The only thing you don't have it tattooed in your arm. You don't have it pierced in your ear. No, you don't have a chip put into you yet. Yet. Because that's coming soon. Very soon. Where they're gonna start chipping babies. Every baby that's born, they're gonna be born and they're gonna be implanted with a chip that's gonna contain their social security number, their information, like your birth certificate, all that shit is gonna be embedded in that chip at birth. That's gonna say the parent's name. It's gonna say like a lot of information, and who knows if these chips can be manipulated. That'll be a weird time, right? Being hacked by your information from your chip that's implanted in you. They're gonna try to get rid of paperwork, and everything's gonna be by chip. Because that chip in the future, when you get older, that chip is gonna help pay for items. It's gonna help you get into places. It's gonna monitor every move you make, every purchase you make, everything you do. It will monitor you, all from a fucking chip. Trust me, they have chips that is as small as a grain of rice. A grain of rice. You wouldn't even know you have it in you. That's how crazy it is. You wouldn't even know. If they didn't tell you, you wouldn't even know. They could keep their flipping chip. I know, but I can see the future, and that's what they're trying to do. They're gonna want to like monitor the cattle much better. And how better can you do with chipping everyone and monitoring them with a 5 to 6G system? Oh yeah, 6G? Y'all didn't know about 6G? Come on now. Don't be crazy. That's why birds keep flying, like falling out of the sky, because they turn it on and it's so strong that fucking birds just die. They just fall from the sky because the frequency is too high, and it disorients the birds and confuses them, and they can't even flap their wings, and then they die. They just die. It's crazy. It is just the world right now. The future is so unstable, and it's just such a rocky grounds that it's like I feel like we're in the Truman Show. Like this is all Truman Show shit. Like I feel like we're in the Truman Show, and we're stuck here in the Truman Show. Oh man, we're stuck in the Truman Show. Yeah, AGs easily, easily, because that Starlink that's going on, that's they're sending rockets every other day. People doesn't really notice. They only like they only televise certain rockets that go up to space, right? But there's rockets going into space almost every other day. Every other day, there's a rocket going up. Just yesterday, they sent up a rocket from Cape Canaveral, you know, with the SpaceX vehicle. I don't know. Something's not right because I follow a lot with the space and I listen to a lot about space and I feel like something's not right. There's something, a lot of things that we're not being told a lot. And it's like they're questioning you like, who are you to wanting to know? Like you don't need to know this shit. Like worry about your bills, worry about your life, worry about having a child, worry, always keeping you worried. That's what this government wants you to worry. The whole world government wants you to worry because you're nothing but a slave to the system. At the end of the day, you are a slave to the system. You are alive, you are a cattle to the system, and we're fucking stuck here. We're stuck. We're born already in debt. How can you be born in debt? Explain that to me. How can you be born and you're already in debt? That's so messed up. You know, our future generations are going to be here, are going to be flipping the bill of what's going on right now with this COVID stuff. Who you think that who's going to pay for that? That's just not free. Our future generations are going to end up being paying for that. Shit, we're still paying for our wars. That is still not paid for. Get out of here. That's why we're in so much debt. And we're going to continue to accumulate debt. We owe so much money to China that technically United States belongs to China with the amount of money we owe them. That's why they're all over here and they have so much influence here. It's crazy. 45,000. Wow. To 90,000. That's crazy. That like a lot of missions that have gone up to space, there's been a lot of secret satellites that's also gone up. That they classify the mission, kumbaya, we will see you later, alligator satellite that's going up. Okay. So we're sending up that kumbaya, see you later, alligator satellite up there, right? That's what we're telling you, that's what we're sending up. But in reality, there's far more secrecy satellites and crazy shit going up. A lot of weaponry, a lot of weapons, and a lot of laser weapons are going up in space. They're not telling you this. I feel it. I know it. I can see it and I sense it. A lot of like they're weaponizing space. And there was a treaty that they weren't supposed to do this, but they're still doing it behind our backs. Star Wars back in the 80s, that when Reagan was talking about Star Wars, hello, nobody listened to that? Did nobody listen to the assembly that Reagan spoke to all the nations at the United Nations about Star Wars and about, us being attacked by another syllabus like from space, from another, like, come on, like he's trying to tell the world, and the world's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And they just keep going. Like they didn't fucking give three fucks of what he said. And he tried to tell them, the United States, they just armed up. And they do have arms up there. They do have laser weapons up there. high tech weapons. Oof. This medicine is so good. It makes me so empathic that I start seeing shit and I start like that's why people can't hide stuff from me and people can't like not tell me the truth. Like
You
they
know, I
can't.
can hear psychic stuff too. I can, you know, detect a lot of psychic things too, and hear a lot of psychic things. Sometimes I even have a premonition because how I know because of my astral body or soul keeps wanting to leave my body, and I feel like somebody's trying to snatch me out of my body, out of my body. Sometimes when I don't have things on at night, I sometimes hear somebody trying to say something in my head like that. If
Hmm.
I'm meditating on my pineal gland, I try to think of my pineal gland and stuff like that. And I'm just wondering, is it the NSA trying to tap us with that 5G system and trying to disrupt our psychic ability?
Well, I'll tell you right now, the psychic abilities is just too strong. I'm just really good at my ability, in my mind and how it is. It's just sometimes I just feel like it
Because
works
is there a way
overtime.
to lose your psychic power?
If I could say that again,
Is there a way that somebody can steal your psychic power or
yeah,
a way?
if they kill me, if they come and kill me, that's the only way
So
they're
the
gonna do
only
it.
way
It's not
that you
me.
can lose your psychic ability or powers if
I
somebody
don't
tries to kill
believe
you.
in I don't even believe in that. I don't believe anybody could come and steal my powers because my powers is way too strong. I'm too way in tune that I see them before they even try to. I have people that try to manipulate me and try to curse me and put curses on me. Oh yeah, all the time. I know they do. But I always say I have this mirror that protects me and it throws it right back at you and it hits you 3 times harder.
Well, because I think through objectivity, well, I always like to manipulate things.
It's just how strong you are.
Because remember back then you were doing a show, what's your super psychic power? But I think I
Yeah.
zoomed it to Zoom chat.
The psychic powers, like what is your psychic powers? I did a show on.
Yeah,
Like what's your like cuz like I was saying like X-Men like what type, psychic powers do you have? I was like Professor X because of my mind and how empath and how gifted I am as a medium and my psychic abilities is just on point, which is sometimes it's just like I'm so amazed and how things come to me and how like the other side speaks to me and how I hear things in my head. Like I hear things and tells me things all the
that's
time.
what I'm discussing about. I can hear things within my mind,
Hmm.
but I think my mind is sort of kind of calcified. Well, I love coffee, I love pop. I do manage to drink water, but I don't like to drink the water that comes into the house, like from the faucet system. But all that calcium and fluoride shit, what either calcifies your pineal gland or it disables it or it out. And if that happens, I think the brain can go dead. And that's
Man,
why I'm kind of cautious about losing powers because you can,
you don't you see because you're just in that state of denial and you're kind of like in that borderline like you think you're gonna fall off the fence type of
yeah,
shit. Like you're walking on a tightrope. I'm me I'm not like worried about that. My mind is so strong and so focused that I'm just more into like trying to help more people with my abilities. You feel me? I'm not worried about losing or uncertainty. Like that's the weakness. That's your weakness. You're always uncertain. And for me, I'm certain. I'm already like beyond that on what you're doing and what you're going through. What you're going through, I
Yeah.
went through when I was a kid. I was a kid, maybe like
Well,
two,
I
three
used
years.
to get bullied a lot when I was going through school, elementary. Sometimes King guy would get bullied around, kicked around, stomped on, tripped, walked down.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my brother both,
Yeah. Yep. And you're stuck in that uncertainty. But don't worry.
got to be a way to
You have
break
to stay.
through this
You have to
barrier.
stay. You just have to stay focused and stay positive.
Yeah,
Don't worry about people trying to manipulate because they're always gonna try. Shit, let them try. They done to me. You don't think that I've been like manipulated? Come on now. I have people put curses on me and shit. And I'm like, all right, I'm telling you right now, whatever you do to me is gonna bounce off that mirror. It's going right back to you. And it hits them. It hits them hard, and I'm just gonna continue going upon myself. The only thing I got to deal with is with my injuries and my health. And I'm still struggling, with both. So it doesn't matter how powerful psychic you are, or you could be the baby Jesus. No matter what, you're gonna fucking die. The end. That's that's it. You know, I'm not no different than baby Jesus. I'm here now. I see things, I hear things. Like, didn't he? Wasn't he? Okay then. So why is he so? He's the only one that is special. No, we're all special. We're all the baby. We're all baby Jesus. We're here now. Now you got to put your shit together and get your shit straight and try to live the life the best as you can.
because then Jesus said in the beginning that we're all like gods, not sort of, well, we're God capable, and give us that pen and directed us to it.
See, we do this talk on Sundays.
Yeah.
Sunday service. Y'all miss
Well,
Sunday service,
yeah, okay,
right? Am I
yeah.
wrong?
You're not wrong. You're right.
Sunday services on my show, and
Yeah,
we get really in depth into it. But it's just like that energy. It's all energy. Psychic abilities is all your energy from within. How well in tune are you? How well do you listen to yourself? Do you listen to yourself? That's a great
yeah. I
question.
do. I do a lot.
Like, that's a great
Yeah, I
question
do.
because there's a lot of times that people listen to themselves, and then there's a lot that they don't, and they second guess themselves, and they're like, "Well, how come this?"
Well, I love talking to myself a lot. I've always been distracted by talking to myself a lot for some reason.
It's listening to yourself. Don't talk to yourself. Listen to yourself, because now you're trying to talk to yourself. No, you need to listen to yourself, and then listen to the messages that come into your mind.
Yeah,
It tells you it's kind of like a cheat sheet. I call it the cheat sheet because it's like you listen to yourself. That's like knowing half of the battle.
yeah.
It's like yourself. Your side, and then now you have to compare it to somebody else's side or some other issue or some kind of thing. And you're kind of like the judge and jury. But one thing is, I will not let is a vampire just to come and try to suck upon me. My energy is too pure, it's too strong, and people are always going to try to manipulate the energy and try to manipulate my energy or manipulate any else energy and try to like weaken them. And for that I don't stand for. And people that try to do curses on me, trust me, they're struggling right now. They're struggling and they're hurting. you know I don't do curses on anybody. I don't need to do a curse. I don't need to, you know, play with curses. I know how to do curses. I know what to do. I got the candles and everything. If I want to, I could do a lot of stuff. And trust me, I have the powers and I could do it. I just don't want to do it right now. I just don't want to have to force energy to fluctuate my way. I feel like I could do that myself. You know, like I can make things come out in my favor. I don't need like spells and stuff like that, which I can still do for you. It's not. It's you know that I do that on Zoom. Go on Zoom. I have my book right here. I'm like, I got my book right here in my desk. The Wicca Book of Spells. Hmm. I could do so many spells and so much stuff, and that's how good I am. And I can make spells for every little thing that I want. And I know I have this capability, and you guys really did not know that.
Wow.
I can make spells and do different things because I'm more of like that Wiccan side of me with my energy, and I got that Wicca energy in me, and I just feel like I could do so much good, and I only do spells for good. I don't do negative spells.
Wow.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm not gonna do the negative spells or try to like manipulate, you know, negativity. I'm not gonna do that. That's no. I don't. I could even do spell protection, like this protection spells for pets. For pets, for your animals, I could do, protection spells. And then I could tell you, like, I could do that, but I do that private. That's private time.
Yeah.
The spells and stuff, like good news spells and cleansing rain walk spells, and you have like burning question clarity spell. You got like, there's so many spells. It's like, it's a lot. It's a lot. I could. There's even spells for money. There's spells for job interview success. There's spells for for successful businesses. There's like even for relationships and you know for anxiety calming spells that I could do. It's but I do that private. That's all private. That's private time stuff. And I don't do that on YouTube. Come on now. Like calling in for cash. Come on now. Like I really don't like I help others, but I won't do something like this to help myself. Like I do other things to help myself, like with my bamboo tree and my money tree. Like I give them money, and when I give them money, they give me money back in return. And it's just that energy that I have with my plants. And yeah, it's very unique. But calling for cash, calling in for cash. um you got like gardening planting spell. There's so many spells for so many things. It's like, a spell to release negative attachments. Hello.
Wow.
I do stuff like that, but that's private time and that's not free either. I do a lot of free, and these type of spells is not really free on the free side, and especially if it's coming from me. Woo. Yeah, there's spells for like a ritual bath for a blind date. Like if you're gonna go on a blind date and stuff like that, that's like a ritual bath that you could put together. And yeah, it's I do all this stuff, and that's private time, but it's all good. What time is it? It's almost 9 o'clock. How long have I been on? Almost 3 hours. Woof.
Oh.
See, I'll probably roll another joint and just keep it going. Because I did my physical therapy today and they electrocuted me. I'll talk about that in the next hour. I'll talk about my day today and like what I did as far as like with the physical therapy. It's just like, ugh. We'll talk about that in the next hour and talk about like my issues and what's going on. Another medical emergency possibly with me. Um, we'll recap on my medical emergency that I'm possibly going to be having soon or I am experiencing right now. Right now, I'm I'm feel more relaxed. I smoke my joint, so I feel more euphoric, more like I see things clearly now that the rain is gone. Ain't that a song? I can see clearly now the rain is whatever. Um, more focused, definitely more focused. Um, I love when I smoke because you can tell the difference in the beginning. When I don't smoke, I'm kind of like more quiet, more reserved, and listening and stuff. But then when I start smoking, oh man, that's like Wonder Woman going into her fucking telephone booth. Dun, 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 Wonder Woman. Everybody's like Wonder Woman. We remember Wonder Woman. We spoke about this the other day. My superpowers. I'm gonna turn into Wonder Woman. Oh man, the old school Wonder Woman, not the new. The new one's badass. I kind of like the new Wonder Woman. She's really nice. She's a Jewish girl, and but she's very she's a great actress. So I don't mind her being Wonder Woman. But yeah, I just I remember watching the show in the 80s. It was the best. It was like dun, 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 Wonder Woman. When that song used to come out, you already knew that she was like transforming, and then you see the spinning, and then she comes out looking all like, "Holy shit! You lost all your clothes, and now you're in your undersuit." And damn, it's pretty and sparkly. And you're wearing a crown, her lasso of truth. Oh yeah, look, even Jessica wrote it. I just want the lasso of truth. Let me tell you something. That lasso of truth. Oh man, I used to love it. Love it. I love the show. I still do. Like like I need to do like a viewing party. Like Linda Carter, very pretty, very pretty. Oh my goodness, I used to love her when she transformed into her Wonder Woman costume. Oh my goodness, she was so beautiful. She was such a beautiful actress, and she was oh my goodness, such a great actress. Like wow, wow. She's the original. She's just oh so good. Let me roll up a joint because I want to keep the show going. If you want to come on the show, you're more than welcome to join the show. I could put out the link again. You don't have to show yourself. You come behind your avatar. I prefer you come out in the back of your avatar, like the avatar, because the avatar. Oh my god, that Microsoft account problem. Well, it's not my problem. It's your problem, Microsoft. So don't be telling me your problems. I get already enough people telling me the problems. I do not need Microsoft to tell me account problem. It ain't mine account. Shit, telling me we need to fix your Microsoft account for what? I didn't. I don't know. The world's just a crazy place. Mm, and we gotta live here every day. Mm-mm. Make the best out of what we do. So I could be here for you and me. Fucking, I'm rolling up. I'm gonna roll up another joint. Because when I smoke, I get more euphoric. And I want to continue talking, and it keeps me distracted from my problems. That's why it keeps me distracted from my real problems. So that's why I like to come on my show and talk. I like people to join me and come on and talk. You know, besides psychic shit. People I like to come. Like I like people to come in. I
Yeah.
really right.
Yeah.
Albie's always here. Albie got the, the most appearances, I guess, on my show. Albie's always here. He's more of the confirmation. He's like more like the bodyguard.
Oh yeah.
Or I hear Whitney Houston singing in my head. Whitney Houston singing in my
Yeah.
head.
Spider-Man.
Whitney.
I always
Oof.
like DC Comics. The DC song themes about the Spider-Man and
Mm-hmm. I like all of them. I never like I wasn't a kid that was like choosing sides. I liked it all. I didn't favor one over the other, like DC, Marvel. I both are cool. I like both. It's not. It's cool to like both. It's cool to be in the middle. Monkey in the middle. I'm the monkey in the middle. Oh man, I feel like a monkey. I feel like a crazy monkey, part of the 12 Monkeys. That's a good movie too. Great movie. That's with Brad Pitt and what's his name? Um, that dude that did Die Hard. I forgot his name. I know Brad Pitt because in that movie you can see his ass. There's one part that you see his ass, like when he's in the asylum and they're in the beds and then they're talking. Bruce Willis, that's his name, Bruce Willis. um, he starts acting crazy. He starts jumping on the beds and then he pulls his pants down and he shows his ass. I'm like, oh lord, that's a great movie though.
yeah.
Doses minutes. Oh shit, nice joint. Just rolled it up. Let's get this here. Put this together. Get another beautiful, nice, scrumptious joint here. I didn't smoke this. Well, I did. Did I smoke this morning? Yeah, I did. I had a joint, but it just only had one. I usually have three a day. 3 to 4 a day keeps the craziness away. I guess. Right?
Yeah.
I guess. Hopefully, keep the craziness away. Yeah. Just making this nice. It's a nice fatty too. I call it fatty because it's just like if you guys see it, it's like really thick joint. Like because I smoke organic raw papers, and I have a raw tip that I use. So I don't smoke tobacco products. I smoke clean and I smoke organic. Because remember, I got to put this in my lungs. I got to put this in my body. And I don't want to pollute my lungs. So I just pollute it with the marijuana. But the paper that I'm smoking it from is this organic raw paper. And it's good. I like it. I'm about to light it up too because I'm already done rolling it. It's nice and packed. Beautiful joint to smoke up for another hour show. Yay! Another hour of my mind over your matter. Trying to make up time, I guess, right? See if more people or anybody comes through. It's 3 hours I've been on live, which is, sometimes is good enough. 3 hours, but I did start early today, which is great because I started at 6. And I feel like it's good to start at 6 because then if I want to carry it on, it feels a lot better stopping the show at 10 at night than at like midnight. Yesterday, I ended up falling asleep. I ended up falling asleep yesterday, and I was like, the show just kept going, and I just was sleeping. I was sleeping. I fell asleep. I went to my bed, and I was gonna put the show on my phone and talk from my phone, but my sleepiness kicked in and I just like knocked out. Like it was that because I took my medicine. That's why. I took my medicine before the show. No, was it before the show? Oh no, during the show. I took my medicine, my sleep medicine, which I'm probably gonna do now. I should go get it before I light up this joint. Let me turn on this candle. I got a candle here. I got to turn on so I can light up my medicine. Because also, if you're gonna be smoking your medicine, this is another trick that I do. I get a tea light candle, right, and I light it up. I light up the tea light candle, and I use the tea light candle to light up my joint. End of story. Save your lighters. Stop smoking fuel. Use a fucking candle and light your joints, please. You don't want to be keep sucking in the fumes from the lighter every time clicking the lighter like this. Where is it? Oh, every time you turning on your joint, all that gas you're putting inside your fucking lungs. You don't want that. Light up a fucking tea light candle. It costs less than probably a penny. Like it's like a penny or two, maybe 3 cents for a tea light candle. And you turn it on and it lasts for hours. And you could like keep like if your joint turns off, you could turn it back on with the candle. There you go. Simple solution. My goodness. It's the best way to smoke your joints. Let me go get my medicine real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. Ooh. Gotta drink some water. I just took my medicine, my pharmaceutical medicine. Yummy. Just took my sleep medicine. my muscle relaxer. Because when before I go to sleep, I have to take my sleep medicine, my muscle relaxer, and my pain medicine.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Gotta take those medicines all the time. All the time, I gotta be on those medicines, and it's not good. It kind of sucks. It sucks having to depend on pharmaceutical medicines to get me through a night of sleep. Just to get me through a night of sleep. I gotta do that every night. Probably for the rest of my life. Like that sucks. Why I have to suffer? But anyhow, I've been playing this game and I'm very addicted to it. You know me with my games, my app games.
Mm.
Yeah, I've been addicted to this game. It's called Bowling Crew.
Mm.
I love bowling. Well, I used to be I used to bowl in high school. I was the captain of my team. I was captain of my bowling team and I was captain of my golf team in high school. And I lettered in both of them. I lettered in golf and I lettered in bowling. I was really good. I could concentrate. That was the thing, you know. That's why I was so good. But then I get distracted when fucking people get in my way or something and distract my energy. That's what I hated the most, the distractions. But it's just it's just craziness, you know. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on, a lot of things that are happening every day that we don't even know that's going on, you know. I just saw this video that Paula she put up on her channel about the seagulls have gone crazy in her area, in an area they shouldn't even be in, and the seagulls were just flying around, you know, just weird. And some people here says haven't seen seagulls over here in the east coast of Florida, Brevard County for years. Like wow, that's very weird. Um, just the world's a weird place, you know. It's just we so happen to be here, and it's just like just weird, you know. I just find it like it's just a weird time in life.
Mm.
Yeah, and it's just feel like we're here. We're just witnesses to what's going on. You know, like I was talking about that smart helmet shit. That shit's real. It's a
Well,
it's a it's a smart police helmet that scans for body temperatures, biometrics, and uses facial recognition in real time to alert you to see if that
mm.
person is has a warrant or if that person is friendly or you know what's you know because it goes into a database and they already know that person. Once that the person is visualized, they can go through their Facebook, go through all their channels to see if the person is an aggressive person or if it's a you know non-aggressive person. That technology is going to be coming rapidly to distinguish people for who they are. Is that an invasion of privacy? No. I mean, they don't care. If they did, they wouldn't be like I don't know. It's just weird. Things are just getting very weird. And China has a lot of a big footprint in the United States. China's slick. They're slick. They're good. But there's just a slick, s- and they don't even look like us. They're humans and everything, but they just don't look like us. They look different. It's like, but why do they look different? Why do they look like chinky and just different? But we're all human, but we don't look alike. Just, I don't know. Very weird. Weird times. And China owns the US. Like 90% of our items that we have at home is China. Almost everything, like almost, I say 90% because maybe 10% is, well, maybe 8% is American, and then 2% is maybe from India or, or another country. It's just, I don't know. It's just, yeah, we have similar looks, but we're not the same. They don't speak the same as us. And they just like, I don't know. Anyhow, the world is just a weird, weird place. And we are all weird in our own. I'd rather be weird, anyways. I take that as a compliment. It's like, you're a weird individual. It's like, all right, thank you. What do you want me to do? Fight you? I ain't gonna fight. I ain't got time for that shit. I'm just a weird person. Leave me alone. If that's what I am, I am. But yeah, it's just I'm about to light up that joint. That's what's up. I'm starting to mellow out, so we need a refuel. Start smoking, Rick, and we could get your psychicness back up. Start talking more about what's going on and the futuristic weapons that they have stockpiled. And you guys don't even know that, like, so many people died from this COVID, but they had contributing conditions that went along with it. And the ones that survived, they didn't have any pre-existing conditions. Funny. Let me light up my joint. Oh man, what a night on my Minority Matter. Thank you for listening and watching, and those that are rewatching. I know my show is pretty long. I try to keep it short, but sometimes it's meant to be long. A lot of people don't have a good attention span. They can't sit through listening so much, and that's okay. A lot do. A lot can listen to me, and they fall asleep listening to me, and they love it. I have people that actually wrote to me telling me that they listen to me at night. Just they want to listen to my voice because my voice helps them go to sleep. I'm like, oh, thank you. It's like, that was so nice. I had one fan for real. She was like, Rick, you don't understand. I listen to you, and it's not in a bad way, but you put me to sleep. Like, your voice is so relaxing and so smooth that, like, when I listen to you, I feel so relaxed. And when you're high, you get even more like relaxed, and I fall asleep. And I was like, oh, great. That's good. Without no melatonin? She's like, nope, without no melatonin, just your voice. I'm like, oh man, that's awesome. That's so cool that I could do that. But my voice is like that. My voice is low. It's because of my neck and the metal in my neck. So my voice has a certain tone. I have a little whisper. Like I have like kind of lang a little bit on my words, but it's because of my neck and the metal. that don't let me speak the way I really want to, but it comes out a little nice and relaxing when I speak. And I don't speak loud, I don't shout, I don't talk loud. So this is the voice that you're gonna get. It's like a more low, deep voice, and it's relaxing to some. They're like, Rick, you should just read a book and put it on YouTube, and we could listen to you and fall asleep. I had one fan tell me that. I had one fan tell me that to read a do a reading. You read a book and then just post it up, and then people could listen to you read, and then they could fall asleep. Like I was like, well, I mean, a lot of people would subscribe and read my book and listen to it just to fall asleep. Just do a reading, do a read for like an hour and a half, read a book, and then put people to sleep that way. Funny. I wouldn't. No, I'm like, that's okay. It's just funny. Oops. I lit up my joint right now, so it's my last joint of the night. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'll probably wrap a roll of joint before I go to sleep, so I can have one ready for tomorrow morning. Yes, you go. Well, darling, yeah, thank you. And yeah, darling, like you've been here for 3 hours and it's relaxing. I love how, like, I like to talk, but then like I like what I do, like with others when people come in and they want to talk. I let them talk, let them speak their minds, because it's their mind over our matters. Everyone has a mind, right? So it's like that's why when you read the title, it says my mind over your matter. That's you speaking to me too, saying my mind over your matter, because everyone has a mind and is over everyone else's matter. It's like it's pretty cool name, and I came up with it, and nobody's like, oh, okay, because everyone's like mind over matter. I was like, yeah, but it's missing something. It's missing the my mind over your matter. That's the way it's supposed to be. It's not mind over matter. It's my mind over your matter. This is the balance show. This is a show that you come with your issues, and we speak it out with our minds. Because everyone has issues. Everyone has gifts. Everyone has stuff they would like to share and speak out, and I give them the opportunity to speak. Oh goodness, darling, I lost my mind a long time ago. Oh goodness. She made me cough. Oh my goodness. You get a highlight for that. You get the highlight. That's funny. Oh my goodness. You made me laugh. And laughing is good energy. And when I laugh, I make people laugh. That's true because I giggle. I have like a little, yeah, a certain laugh. It's my laugh. Like that. That's like my little laugh. I'm sorry I made you cough. Oh my goodness. It's okay. It's a good thing though. Coughing medical marijuana is not a bad thing. It makes me take a deeper hit, and I'm like, it makes me more giggly, which is great. Um my medicine is so delicious. I really like my medicine. Oh man. But thank you for staying through and watching. I truly appreciate it. I'll wrap up the show at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So that's going to be in 37 minutes from now. So that way everyone can continue watching YouTube and watch their shows that they watch in the evening. Um, that way I get to watch my shows in the evening. Um, is this COVID thing is just really going crazy. Um, like a lot of things going on in the world. It's just weird. It's just weird. The world's a weird place. It's just weird. That's all it is. It's like one big TV show. The Truman Show. We're in the Truman Show. It's part of the Matrix and the Truman Show. It's like, who wants to join me on the sailboat? Let's go to center Earth. Who wants to go with me? Who wants to join me to go to the center of the Earth? That would be a cool trip. Go what William Bart said, like where there's sun in the middle of the Earth. There's a whole. It's a different like world. I know it's something, all right. But yeah, it's like I would like to go to like the journey to the center of Earth. I'll go with you. Oh hell yeah! See, Darlene would go. Who else want to go? Albert, you go with me.
Mm,
Albert, go anywhere. I go, and then we'll get empirical to go. Solid. Yeah, we could get you to come with us too. You could be the on the ship too. It'll be our own ship to paradise, our own getaway, our own like our baby Jesus raft, right? Then he have that boat he had where he put all those the animals and stuff, Noah's Ark, right? Wasn't baby Jesus on that boat? I'm not sure. I don't know. He has a lot of stories. I mean, he saved the animals. It's all good. That was the Great Flood. That was when the asteroid hit those asteroid that hit um in the Atlantic side caused a wall of water to come over, and when they were going, they got part of the water too, but it made history. So it's like that's how they see it. It's like, oh my goodness, it's like all this religious stuff. I was like, yeah, it was an asteroid that hit the water. That's all good. You can make it seem that way, but I see it another too. I see both sides. When I see a story, I see it for everything for what it is, not just what they tell me. I see everything around it. But yeah, I'm happy that the Miami Heat won today in their game one. I think this is the semi conference for the NBA. I don't know. I don't really watch it. I don't watch TV. I just follow the team, and especially it's Miami, so that's my team. But Miami, let's see. Yeah, this is the semifinals. No, this is not. This is the semifinals. So it's the game one of the playoffs, and Miami won 115-104 over the Bucks, Milwaukee Bucks. The Heat are seated number 5. Milwaukee Bucks are seated number 1 in the Eastern Conference, and yeah, that's a cool thing. It's very cool. Miami got to win. I want Miami to go all the way. I don't care. I'm from Miami, so I'm biased. That was Noah. Well, wasn't baby Jesus well a part of it? Because they made it about him too. That would entail some private time planning. I know, right? A lot of private time. Oh my goodness. I just private times are always fun. Like I like private time. I mean, like private time, like group private time too. Like when there's like three individuals, it's cool. Like when everyone's cool. Like oh, I love that. I love like even one to one when it's private time. Private time. Oh, I always have a good time. I always find a way to have a good time. That's just me. That's just me. That's why I never got rid of my Zoom. Like I always have my Zoom. Forget that. That's like my go to when I do my private time because I love private time. You know, because you can say things that you can't, that you don't want to say, like on YouTube. You know, or you don't want to come on YouTube, but you still want to talk with me, but privately. That's why I tell people go to zoom.us, download Zoom. It's free. You could get it in your app store. You could get it on your Google Play. You could get it on your Apple Store. And you could join me live and you could join me in private time. But you just have to let me know in advance. If I'm available, I don't mind doing private time. And I don't charge for private time. Private time, that's not a chargeable thing. That's a communicating thing. I don't. There's people that charge for that and stuff like that. Not me. Why? That doesn't make sense. I wouldn't charge anybody just to talk to them. I'll say no. I'm talking to them because I want to talk to them. It's like, if if like for me, I'm very empathic, so I feel people's energy. So I feel things. I like to warn people before it happens too. Cool. Let's see what's going on here. Man, this medicine is very good. It's very relaxing, smooth on the throat. Very has a doesn't like it's for me. You can feel it in the throat. This one I'm smoking is called strawberry cough. Um, Very good medicine. Just the body of it, it just feels just because of the way I'm smoking and how it feels in the back of my throat. And I love good medicine. Love good medicine. Makes me feel good and not make me think about my stomach. That's good. Let me see if I get some information on this strawberry cough that I could share with you guys. And I just like smoking it. It's just, let me see. Let's see. So this one here, it's a sativa, 85% sativa. It's good for the morning, which that's why I was feeling because it's like the the typical effect of this is it gets you really focused. It kind of gives you a cotton mouth, which is true because I feel it in the back of my throat though, not on my tongue, but I feel it in the back of my tongue, like a little cotton mouth. It makes you very creative, and the common usage for this marijuana, it helps with depressed people. It helps uh, with like appetite. It helps with anxiety. Like for me, I'm not hungry. I ate, so I'm good. That's why I eat and then I smoke. I don't get. I'll probably eat a bowl of cereal before I go to sleep. But I do that all the time. I like to eat a bowl of cereal before I go to sleep. this has a THC that ranges between 15 to 20%. So, and some labs have hit at 22.98% in THC, which was a record high for a sativa. Um, and there's a story in how the strawberry cough was brought together. And it was all largely by chance, to be honest with you, and how this trend was developed. Because this dude claims that like he was a breeder, right? So he allegedly he grew and he had a clone that allegedly grew next to a strawberry patch, and then it happened somewhere out here in Connecticut, right? So the the clone got pregnant, so it had a potent strawberry scent to it. So that why it is named Strawberry Field. Like it's called the strain is called Strawberry Field, but then it has crossed with a haze plant, and that's what resulted in making strawberry cough. And it's a hybrid, it's a hybrid, but it's a sativa hybrid. And a lot of people out here like they like this medicine. New York City loves strawberry cough, like because it keeps them going, it keeps them focused, keeps them creative. Like it's a good medicine to smoke if you work for like the stock market, or if you're an attorney, or you're a doctor. It has sativa glands in it, so it's like it gives you that like that feeling of if like you feel very focused and very like on track, like you know what you're doing. And this is a good strand, and it lasts a good amount of time, like the cerebral like attachment, thinking. um it does give you a good longer than average, from 3 to 4 hours of a good, feeling from the medicine. The only thing sometimes with this medicine, it could give you a little bit of paranoia, but that's like, which can happen if you smoke like large doses, and then this is when, like, when you smoke large, like a super large dose of this, it can make you kind of like paranoia. It could give you like this intense cerebral thinking can kick into overdrive, and that's what makes it like that's what makes you like that high. But for me to smoke to get paranoid, like to paranoia, I don't get paranoia like that because I take medicine, so I don't get the paranoia. But I will get that really cerebral, you know, focus, train of thought, like that creative mind. Tell me, what do you feel about me? What it has you? What's it has you? I was just looking in the chat room real quick. I was just looking at here and smoking. Gonna be wrapping up the show in 22 minutes. 22 minutes. I get to lay down, relax. Oh, United States. Yes, I'm 21 years old. Um, Just here smoking my medicine. There's nothing open now. Just checking some stuff out here. There's nothing here. Just trying to see what's around the neighborhood, see what my dispensary has. Um, it's always good to look up like information on your cannabis and medicine. You always do your homework, before you smoke anything or put anything in your system. Always like do some like some homework. Okay, I was like hussy. I was like, I remember that word from somewhere, but oh my god, I haven't heard that word in forever. Oh my god. That's word hasn't heard that word in forever. That's such an 80s word too. Little hussy. Lady of the night, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, that's such a long time I heard that word. That's wild. I remember hearing that word when I was little too. I remember hearing like little hussy. Crazy. So basically, this helps a lot. This medicine helps a lot with depressed people. It gives you a little bit of appetite. It helps with anxiety. It helps with pain. It does help with pain and nausea. It help you a little bit with nausea. The typical effect you get from it is you're very focused. You have a little bit of cotton mouth. You get very creative. Holy shit! And you're energetic and euphoric. Come on now. That's what I'm looking for in medicine. This is what I need. I need to I need to get my money straight so I could get a half an ounce of this because it's very good. Is what I need. It's right up what I need. It tests high on THC. It's a sativa. Has like really good reviews. Very good reviews from individuals. Very great smoke. Very nice sweet smoke. I love great sativas. Like I'm pro sativa. I love indica too. Don't get me wrong. I love indica, and I would fall in love with indica, but I'm pro sativas because sativas make you more creative. It makes you more energetic, more euphoric, makes you more focused. That's what I need in my life. That's what I need for what I do. Little hussy. Oh man, that word's going back to the '70s now. That word is like a '70s word. That's not even an '80s. That's more like a '70s, '60s, '70s. Little hussy. Oh man, because I could hear that word back in the '70s, especially in the '70s. That is great. I like interacting with the chat room too. It's fun. I like when people interact in the chat room. It's always fun. I like gonna wrap up the show at 10 o'clock, and then I start private time after 10 o'clock. I'll do some private time. I know what individual I have to call for private time, which is a reasonable time too, because it's not so late. Um, get some things cleared out, and then do this all again tomorrow. I want to come. I want. I think I want to start at 6 o'clock. I think I like the 6 o'clock because I took a nap today and I got things done. And I did my physical therapy today, and physical therapy was crazy. Holy shit, it was crazy. Oh my god, I did so much workouts. Like I did so much. Like they had me do the like these certain stretches. There was this one stretch they had me do was the downward dog. I've never done the downward dog, and holy shit, my neck was like feeling weird. My neck was feeling weird with pain, and I was like, I don't know if I'm able to do this because like like my shoulders were hurting, my neck was hurting and stuff, but I still gave it an effort. I still tried. I was doing a lot of stretching, a lot of like immobilization, like mobilizing myself and getting myself stretched, and I was doing so much, um, pretty much stretching, and then I did the exercise bike for 5 minutes. My because you do your hands and your legs at the same time, so your hands are rotating and your feet are rotating. Only they only able to do 5 minutes before it's too much for me. So it was enough. They put me on the tens unit. I was on the tens unit for about what for like 10 minutes for my neck and my back. My neck, my back, my neck and my back. Mm-mm. Yeah, pretty much got electrocuted for 2 hours. No, it felt like 2 hours. It was like 10 minutes of electrocution. Like yeah, it was like an electrocution. Like when they stop the machine, when the machine stops, my body still has the memory of the machine on. That my body's still tingling and still moving. What are you doing, girls? My cats. They're gonna go be kicked out of the room. That's what they're gonna do. I'm gonna kick them out of the room. But yeah, when they turned off the 10th unit machine, because I get the 2 channel machine, so they have a channel for my neck and then a channel for my back. And first they started with my back. She started with my back, and like it got up there, and I was like, okay, good. You know, the energy was high and it was on my back, so she started that area, and then she went to my neck, and then started up with my neck, and then I told her, all right, you know, and she set up the machine and she put me on the machine, and holy shit, like it was 10 minutes of being like, I feel like it's an electrocution. I feel like I was being electrocuted because it was like energy passing through the tens unit. That's what it is. It's like energy, and I was like being charged. So I was like I was like it looks like I was having convulsions, like for real. Like I was having a seizure, and I'm like, yeah, and I have metal on my neck, and but they put it on my shoulders. That's the thing, and then my neck gets like the like from the muscles. Like that's what they try to do is trying to release the tension from the muscles. That's basically, and then they put a hot pack on me at the same time that they have the unit on me. They have the hot pack on me. They put a hot pack on my back, and then they put a hot pack on my neck, and then I have the the tense unit on my shoulders, like on each side of my shoulders. But the energy is so up that I feel it, going up my neck to my head and through my shoulders. And when I get out of there, it's funny because like when I'm done, when I'm done, I feel like like I have like muscle memory because everyone has muscle memory. So like my muscles still spazzing from the tendon unit. So my neck and my back are spazzing. Oh my god. It is after you're done, you feel like really like more relaxed. And like for me, I was feeling more like because I was spazzing. I have muscle spasms. I deal with muscle spasms because of my neck, so I get a lot of spasms. So I start spasming on my neck and my back. I start feeling the tingling and stuff. So it gives me. I have to take a few minutes after I'm done with the machine to get myself together. To get be able like I don't get dizzy. I just it's just the tingling on my spine. I just don't want my legs to give out. So I just give myself a little, like a little, 60 seconds before standing up to, get myself, because it's like that tingling. It's, for me, it's like my nervous system. So it's like, I just gotta like make sure I'm okay and, get myself together. And, I come home, I walk home because it's down the block from where I live. That's why I love where I live. And it's down the block, and it's cool because they do a really good job on me, and they really help me out. They help me out with what I have and what I'm going through. And on Thursday, I have an individual. His name is Sean, and that dude has like his hands are so tough because he works with so many patients. Like his hands are so tough, and like he is more aggressive and more like torturing for my neck, and I love it. Is that weird? I love it because it's more torture. I'm like, well, yeah. Since my neck wants to hurt me, I'm gonna hurt it back. I'm gonna fight pain with pain. My pain didn't think that I was gonna think like that. Huh. I was like, all right, motherfucker, we'll see. So I'm fighting pain with pain. Like I'm going more aggressive on the neck and making sure the neck gets more like, loosen up, have like have the neck loosen up and have the cartilage move and loosen up the shoulders because my shoulders get stiff. And with the prongs that they put on me and everything, and then before I get the tendon unit, I go through a whole massage process where they stretch then they loosen up my nerves and loosen up certain areas that I was like, oh shit, I didn't know I have like that type of nerve there, and type of exercise that you can do to stretch that nerve. It's like it's pretty cool. um Especially like on my arms. Like some exercises I didn't even know. I was like, man, that's pretty cool. And it stretches out the nerve and helps that nerve like relax a bit. It's kind of like stretching out your hamstrings type of feeling, but on your arm. And it's a pretty cool feeling that they do that to me, and they try to like calm my nerves down from my neck, because my neck is acting up. Even my therapist, she knows. So your neck is a son of a bitch. Like I know. Tell me about it. It's like my God. It's like your neck. It's like at least I'm trying. She's like, no, I know you are. Your neck's just like I know she's trying to be nice, but I was like, your neck's a fucking asshole, man. He's a dickhead. Your neck's a dick. I'm like, wait a minute. You calling me a dick? No, I'm calling your neck. But you still calling me a dick? Like, how's that work? Tell me how's that work? You calling my neck a dick, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's me too. It's like your neck's a dick. Oh man, it's like that's messed up. I just have this that pain like that. It just sucks. It's just I know I am gonna live like this, like probably gonna be like this for the rest of my life. and I kind of knew it was gonna, what? Because like the doctor, he told me if you're not paralyzed, you're gonna live the rest of your life in pain. He told me just like that. That those are my chances. Like I'll end up paralyzed or I'll end up the rest of my life in pain. And I'm still able to move and stuff, but you're gonna be in a lot of pain, always in pain. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to deal with it, right? Fuck it, I have to deal with the pain because I don't want to end up being paralyzed, you know. So I had to have the surgery, and I had a two-level fusion, and then I'm living my life in pain, and now I'm just here talking with you guys. I'm having other medical emergencies. My neck is one thing, my stomach's another, and my back's another. It's like playing the game Operation on me, you know? No, no car wreck. I had a ceiling collapse on me. I had a ceiling collapse on me. Broke my neck. Almost killed me. Almost, motherfucker. Almost. But I'm still alive and I'm still moving forward. So, what don't kill you makes you stronger, right? The phrase we always hear. What don't kill you make you stronger. Well, it made my psychic ability more fucking stronger. That's for sure. Physically, fucked me up. Like I can't run. I can barely walk fast. I can't walk fast. I have to walk at a slow pace. But I'm still able to walk, but not like normal. Nope. I have to walk with a cane because I don't have good balance, especially when I wear shoes. I don't have balance with shoes. And one there was another there was a wrestler. He just I forgot his name. He also has that problem. Like when he wears shoes, like there's something about it that just like he's against it and he doesn't wear shoes. But for me, I have to wear shoes, so I need my balance. Yeah, pain sucks. Yeah, when I broke my neck, I had to have surgery, and it like the ceiling broke my neck, and then I had to have the surgery. And did the surgery, that was really bad. Like all the metal that was put in me, and then I was in so much pain. Like they'll give me medicine, and then the medicine was so strong they put me right back to sleep because I was in so much pain. Like it was better for me to be asleep than to be awake. So they would keep me asleep. Plus, when I was asleep, I wasn't complaining about pain. And it's just pain just sucks. Every day is just pain, pain, pain. Pain in the morning, pain in the afternoon, pain in the evening, pain at night. I take my medicine throughout the day and it helps me. It helps me for a little bit, you know, but like 4 pills a day, it's still, it's something, it helps. But it's like I like the pills. It's just like I don't know. They put me on oxycodone, and I take those 3 times a day, 4 times a day, and then I take muscle relaxer 3 times a day for my spasms. Then I had some sleep medicine at night. Then they want me to take dasosin, which is a medicine for prevent me from tossing and turning at night because I move around too much at night and I flip flop a lot at night. So they give me this medicine to take to help me from flip flopping. That's what I call it. I call it flip flopping from tossing and turning. And then I take Cymbalta. I think it's like Cymbalta. It's for depression and for me high depression, and it helps. Cymbalta helps with anxiety. It helps with the depression. It helps with um like it's supposed to help with my nerve damage also because I have a lot of nerve damage. So they're using the Cymbalta to help me with my nerve damage. With my nerve damage. So I have to take that medicine. I take um I think that one is I take two pills and each pill I think is 60 milligrams. So I take 120 milligrams a day. I take that the max limit of that. Yep, that's why my stomach is screwed up. Yep. You hit the nail right on the coffin, darling. You're the grand winner. Good. You get a highlight. I'll leave it there for a minute. Yeah, the medicine's fucking up my stomach. It's messy in my stomach. It's messing me up. And I'm done smoking. Oof. Probably stay on for, let me see. Let's reach 4 hours. So I got 4 more minutes to reach 4 hours. 3 more minutes to reach 4 hours. So I could just chill out for 3 minutes to reach 4 hours, and that'll be a good evening. You know, practice run at a 6 o'clock hour, getting off here at 10. So that's 4 hours. My neck is just killing me. I feel like my head is too heavy. I feel like my head's too heavy. I already took my sleep medication. I took my muscle relaxer already. Now I have to take my Dalsicin, which is my like that helps me from tossing and turning at night because I toss and turn. And what happens if I toss and turn? My body's not sleeping properly, and I end up waking up exhausted and tired in the morning. Waking up from sleep, but my body's been moving around and I'm not getting the proper sleep. And since I'm not getting the proper sleep, I wake up exhausted in the morning if I don't take my medication. Sometimes I don't take it because, like, sometimes I feel overwhelmed by so many medications I take that I'm like, don't want to take it. So sometimes I could, like, not take that one. But if I want to wake up a good morning, or a less, like, having more energy in the morning, then I have to take that medicine. So that way it prevents me from tossing and turning. It just sucks. That's all. Having to deal with what I deal with on a daily basis. And I hope tomorrow morning I'm going to call the doctor. We'll do a quick recap before I leave. I'll be calling the doctor in the morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be speaking with them as an emergency call to see if they could get me in right away to be seen. Um, if they cannot, I'm gonna monitor myself tomorrow to see if I bleed. If I bleed again and I have the clots again that come out, then I'm gonna have to make arrangements to go to the emergency room. Um, that's gonna suck. Um, it's just not gonna be good. Hmm. I just don't want to have another stay at the hospital, because I was admitted the last time I was in the hospital for my stomach for the same issue that I'm having right now. I was in the hospital for a month. A month. 3 surgeries in a month. A whole month. I was in the hospital. Every week I was getting operated. That's how it felt like for me. And the operation was supposed to take one operation was supposed to take a few hours, ended up going to like 8 hours surgery. I went in at 6, it was like around 6, almost 7 in the evening for surgery. I didn't get back to my room till about 2, 3 in the morning from surgery. You know, I'm having still difficulties. I'm still having problems. I'm still recovering from my surgeries from last year. I'm still recovering. My recovery takes a lot of time to recover. It takes a long time to recover, and it's just something I gotta go through. It's just I gotta go see the doctor. I know I gotta see the surgeon. He's gonna end up checking me out. Um, I don't know what they're gonna do. I don't know if they're gonna go back inside. I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna have a serious conversation with him because they only did half of my surgery the first time. They didn't do the other half, and I feel like the other half is causing me problems. And now I'm bleeding, and I'm having these clots, and I'm having issues again. And it's because they didn't take out the scar tissue that's wrapped around my intestines on my lower portion of my abdomen. So they need to go in there and take out the scar tissue in order for my intestines to be able to be freed up and correct the where the bleeding is coming from and try to fix that because it's not good bleeding all the time. Going to, I mean, for females, that's different. Girls, time of the month is different. Like sometimes I used to say that. It's just like, if it bleeds, I don't trust it. Like, if it bleeds, I don't trust it. My mom looked at me like, "What you said?" If it bleeds, I don't trust it. Oh my god. My mom, my sister looked at me like they're trying to figure it out, like what it meant. So fast, like I never told them what it meant. Like if it bleeds, I don't trust it. No, but it was something I used to say when I was young. It was just crazy. It was a funny thing. But I bleed, right? I don't trust myself, right? Now I go to the restroom and I bleed, and it's not good. So I gotta check that out. Um, definitely check that out tomorrow. I'm gonna have the doctor see if they can see me. I know what they're gonna do. I'm gonna have to drop my pants, drop all my stuff, get on this gown, get on the table, turn sideways, and you know what? I'm gonna put a camera on my ass, pretty much, and they'll determine um, like what's going on. Why am I bleeding? because I'm not supposed to be bleeding at all. I'm not supposed to be bleeding. I mean, if I bleed a little bit, that's all right, but not like having blood clots come out. Not having clots come out. That's a little bit yeah, it says oh god, give him a big smile. But the clots is what's bothering me. So like, but I had to get the other half of my abdomen operated. I need to get those. I gotta get the skin. It's kind of it's excess skin that develops. It's scar tissue. That's what it is. It's scar tissues that's developed inside of me that's wrapping around my intestines and it's kind of like messing it up. So they have to go in there every other year. They have to go in there and they have to clean out the scar tissue. So they have to operate me to get it out. And then in order for them to do that, they have to, it's pretty aggressive surgery. And I have to be admitted into the hospital and everything has to be planned out. And then, like, they have to put this special injection in my arm because they can never find a needle, like a vein, to poke a needle into me. My veins hide. They disappear when I go to the hospital. My veins tend to disappear, and you can't find a vein at all, at all. I had the best nurse of all the nurses of the hospital. Like even the ER nurse, the surgeon, like they couldn't even find a freaking spot on me, and they're like, "Holy shit, you're like the hardest. Like we'll always remember you." I go, "Why?" He said, we can't find a port for you. We can't inject you. You're the hardest. We even use the vein finder, and we cannot find a vein on you. Like that's weird. Like so, I'm not alive. No, no, you're alive. It's just your veins are hiding. Like how the fuck do they hide? Like no, they hide. Yours are hiding. Like that doesn't happen. Like that's like they're looking at me kind of weird. I was like looking at them kind of weird. I'm like, what are you trying to say? I'm weird. It's like I knew I'm weird. I'm special. You know. It's like what? It's like no, we have to send you to surgery. We got to put a port on you, on your arm, and this port they surgically implant into my arm that goes all the way to my main vein, my artery, and that's like how they pump in the medicine and the food into me. Like there's this big bag of food, like liquid food, that they put into my veins and feeds me, and they put my medicine through that port, like my pain medicine, my anxiety medicine, my sleep medicine, my all my medicines. They put it through that port. So because I'm not allowed to eat anything or drink anything, you know, when I do that type of surgery. And what sucks about that surgery is that I gotta clean myself out. So I gotta like drink this gallon of nastiest water solution, whatever the hell you want to call it. It's disgusting. Like, oh man, there has to be other ways to be cleaned out. Um, I gotta get cleaned out, and once I'm cleaned out, there's nothing in me. Then that's when the doctor decides that he'll operate on me. But first, like I may be an alien. Hey, they said Jesus Christ was an alien, right? Shit, maybe I'm Jesus Christ and I don't even know. Like I'm like not knowing, but like I know, but like maybe I'm him and he just doesn't want to be like mixed stuff. So like he doesn't show his veins. Like the vein finder cannot find my vein. I had the best nurse. Oh my god, it was this Puerto Rican nurse. I would never forget her. I forgot her name, but I told her I would never forget you. I told her too. I was like, I'll forget your name, I would never forget your face. She's like, oh, me too. I'll forget your name, but I'll never forget your face. She was the most funniest. Like I had a good laugh with her, and I'm like that. I'm very comedic.
So I always make the girls laugh. I had like three girls in my room, and they were all trying to find a vein. I was like, Shay, if you look right now, you can find a vein right now. Boom, right there. It's a beautiful vein. There's some nice veins right now. But when I go into the hospital, they disappear. They're like, we're out. I'm like, wait a minute, motherfuckers. Where you guys going? Nah, man, we out of here. And that's fucked up. It makes me want to smoke another joint because I'm getting anxiety now. I'm gonna smoke another little joint. I'm gonna do me a little joint. Sorry, the show's gonna run a little longer. I haven't been on in a while, and there might be a chance that I might not be back on here for a while. So might as well just go out with a bang, right? Fuck it. Go out with a bang. Go out, hanging out, chilling. I'm not gonna do anything now. Anyways, it's 10 o'clock. I don't go to sleep till about like 12. All I'm gonna end up doing is watching YouTube. So I might as well just talk for a little bit longer. Talk a little longer and just hang out. Tomorrow's the first of the month. Every time I think of like the first of the month, I always think of like Bone Thugs of Harmony. It's the first of the month. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. That's when you get your checks and your money from the state. It's the first of the month. That's what that means. That's when you go do your groceries. The people are on welfare and you know food assistance and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of people that need help. Can't hate the people that need help. They need help. Shit. There's a lot of people that need help. I need help. That's for damn sure. But people get the first of the month. I'm all the way the third of the month. There's a lot of people that they need that help. They need the food. They need help. They need assistance. There's a lot of people that need assistance, especially around this times now. It's like more help is needed than ever, and I don't think the system is able to withstand this for too long. You know, it's like the system's gonna and then if Biden gets in office, he's talking about everyone is mandated to wear a mask no matter what. You have to wear a mask is a mandatory, and they're gonna shut down the government. So that means like everything's gonna shut down again, and that's just gonna be more like more debt for the future.
So if the government shuts down, how are we going to get our SSI? I'm on supplemental
You
income,
better,
so
you better start saving up money. That's what that means. You better start saving up money, especially if a Democrat gets into office. You better save your money. Because I don't know if you remember under Obama, the government shut down too. The government was shut down. How many times the government shut down under Obama now? A bunch of times. You know, like I remember when the Statue of Liberty was closed. Like people were going to the Statue of Liberty, and that sucker was closed because of the government was shut down. So and that was under Obama. But people forget, right? People forget about that shit. Out of sight, out of mind, right?
yeah.
Like how the hell? Like, it doesn't make sense. Under Obama, it was crazy. Like what the government said. That's kind of weird.
But if the government shuts down, what kind of money are we going to live off of?
You better save your money. You better live off your savings. No, that's hope that type of sector will probably be still running. You know, they'll still won't be impacted right away, like for like food stamps or government assistance and stuff like that. That won't be. That'll probably be one of the last programs that they'll touch if it gets to that point.
But that's the because that's some hard. That's some. If they ever gets hit hard like that, shit.
Mhm.
I hope the banks don't shut down.
Well, anything that's government that shuts down. So let's say if you know the banks, they're private. I think those are private institutions. So if the government shuts down, the banks it's not going to close because those are private institutions. Those are more like it's just like Bank of America. Those are just private companies. So that's always going to be running. But as far as like banks and stuff like that, no, that'll be open. But anything that's government, they'll be closed, like national parks and like Statue of Liberty and anything that's like government related would be kind of like on a like shutdown mode, like government employees like on a shutdown. So you don't know like when you're gonna get your check back or when you're gonna get your money and stuff like that for like government employees. But they do get retroacted once everything gets back in order. So um yeah, everything gets affected like government wise, like as far as like if you have a case that's pending like for disability and stuff like that, then yeah, that does get affected. Because then you're depending on the court system, but the court system is the government, part of the government. If the government shut down, the court systems are shut down. So yeah, it's like a whole big ass domino effect. You know what I mean? It's just weird. But Trump is just a president. Is just a puppet. He's a good market man. He's good for the upper class. If they have money, if the upper class have money, then they could trickle it down to the lower class. That's how it should be. If you're making more than a certain amount, then it should trickle down somewhat to the middle and lower class. You know, one hand feeds. It should be a law like one hand feeds the other. You feel? So you could put that like in my constitution. One hand feeds the other. You help, one, the other will help another. There'll always be helping hands. And you never know the day that you're going to need help. And me, I need help. I always need help. But there's going to be a day that you really, really, really going to need help. And the money is going to be a chip. Everything's going to be a chip in the future. Yeah, it is. I do see it, Darlene. I do see it. The future, I can see the chip. It's like a grain of rice. It comes out with a RFD reading, and it tells you could get information off of it. You could get your birth history off of it, your fingerprints. It tells you like a whole bunch of information, what blood type you are, if you're sick or not, if you have HIV or not. It tells you like your social security. It tells you like you could update information on it and you can like erase things, not really erase, but you can remove items from the chip that you have, and it'll tell you like even you could put money or your credit card on the chip. All you gotta do when you pay, you just swipe your hand over the ATM swiper. You just swipe your hand through it, and it's gonna do a beep sound, and then you put your pin number, and that's it. And you paid for your groceries, and you pay for your gas, you pay for your restaurant bill. This is going to be something that you can use everywhere and anywhere, like this is going to like your chip will be able to open doors at work. You could pay for snacks at the vending machine with your chip. Like this is something that they're going to deal like cash is going to be relevant. Like there's no cash. Everything's going to be based off chip. And that's just the reality of it. You know, it's gonna be like the very futuristic, like Jetsons type of thing, but it's gonna be so like it's gonna be so small that it's not gonna be it's not gonna be a nuisance or anything as far as like the beauty or like if it's gonna do any stains or anything like that. Like no, but you're going to be able to get information and upload information to that chip. You upload a picture of yourself, you can upload, you know, your credit cards, upload your bank on there where you get all your money, you have all your money. And all you got to do is you go to the ATM, you need money, you just swipe your hand on it, you put the pad the number the your pin number, and then you take out the money, and that's it. No cards. You don't need no cards because we know who you are because your picture is on your chip, and we're seeing you through the camera. So they're already like matching up the chip to your
Well, let me
face.
ask you a question. How they going to use that chip? How
They
they
use it.
going to use their watch chip?
They use it for everything.
That's not the principle that I'm trying to ask you. How they going to power that chip?
They don't need the power.
They don't need to power that chip.
Nope.
How's
They
it
won't.
going to work without power?
They could do it without power.
Wow.
Nope. And it reads like it has like the energy. It can last like very very like your lifespan pretty much, and doesn't take much energy, and it reads it pretty much feels off of your body. It gets the energy off of your body energy. That's where it keeps it alive and keeps it like moving, keeps it going. They already implanted a pig chip, you know that, right? The Elon Musk,
Yeah.
he implanted a chip in a pig already.
Experimenting with it and
Yeah,
cause
this
it
this
to
was
speed up.
this was last week.
Hmm.
They implanted a chip into a pig's brain, and then they
Oh,
could control the pig's thoughts with that chip. Like they could say that they could put a message in the chip saying, "Oh, there's food over here," and then he'll come over just for the food or for a snack or for something. They just put that they type in the information into the pig's brain, and the pig goes and does it. Now, Elon Musk is talking about making this a trial that can move up to human trial for this chip. Don't be surprised they're already doing it. It won't. It's not a big surprise because they're possibly already doing it. If they're talking about a pig chip being shipped, that means they're already shipping someone or chipping, some individual humans to or humanoid to make sure they're able to do this, because this is something that you can just program. This is just some crazy shit. I I'm just living in crazy times. I'm wrapping this show up in 2 minutes. I'm done for the night. I mean, for real, like, darling, it's like sad about it. Yeah, I mean, they already have it. Yeah, some people already have it, for especially for work. When they go to the work and then they like go to the snack machine and they hit the little, oh my god, like ding, I get a snack, yay! Oh, Let me get a water. Ding. I got a water. I don't have to put no money. And then I can open up doors, like secure doors with my hand. Watch. Beep. And you get to go in and like and the thing is that they paying these people too to get the chip. They're getting incentives for being lab rats. They're getting money. They're getting like special like those chips and those drinks and stuff. It's being paid for by the company. So they just monitor what you're drinking and what you're doing throughout the whole day from your chip. And where were you at certain times of the day? Because you're being monitored at all times while you have that chip on. When you're at your
Yeah,
desk, your chip is always reading at your desk. They'll know you're at your desk because your computer is reading off the chip. So it's like they know you're working, know what you're doing at all times. And then when you go to the snack or you go to the restroom or you go anywhere, you're being monitored no matter what, 24 hours. So, yeah, that sucks. And I'm wrapping up the show. I'm done, Albie.
all right, Rick.
I'll catch you on the flip side. Good night.
Good night.